a dirter.
Dinosaurs were the sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet, or the kind you dream of in a bad nightmare. Dinosaurs were the sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet, or the kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
Paleoscience shake, paleoscience shake, paleoscience shake, paleoscience shake, paleoscience shake.
Kids, come away, not too close to the cars.
Aren't they lovely? Aren't they glorious, though?
These will be your transports for the afternoon.
No drivers.
No drivers. But they're electric. They run on this track in the middle of the roadway here. Totally non-polluting, top of the line, spared no expense.
It's an interactive CD-ROM!
Lex, darling, you're all right in there. Dr. Sattler, come with me. Dr. Grant, come in the second car.
Hold on to your butts.
Join the future, right?
The voice you're now hearing,
A paleontologist.
we spared no expense.
Thank you again, John, for this opportunity. My name is Danny Anduza, and I am so excited to share my passion and my perspective with you lucky folks today. Let's get right into it. So it looks like the first dinosaur on our tour is, Dilophosaurus.
Dilophosaurus.
And everybody loves Dilophosaurus. And not just for those signature double crests. It was also a top predator in the early Jurassic, the largest carnivore in its ecosystem. As far as we know, it was also the largest theropod dinosaur to have evolved up to that time. Now, I've worked with the holotype specimen of this critter at Berkeley, and let me tell you, it is a truly spectacular animal. Very charismatic. But as for the one you're about to see, I don't know if it's supposed to be a juvenile or what, but it's very small. Its head looks all doofy. It's got some kind of apparatus like an Australian frill-necked lizard, but it doesn't make any sense. Honestly, if you ask me, it's not nearly as cool as the real thing.
Damn.
Well, hello, everybody. Happy Monday. Happy Labor Day. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I'm so glad you're here. We're gonna have a fun stream today. I'm looking forward to this one. I just got off the phone with Jim Kirkland a little while ago. He's very excited about this brand new dinosaur we're gonna be talking about today. He's one of the authors on the paper. So we've got a brand new duckbill dinosaur just published like yesterday from Mexico. Coahuilasaurus. We're gonna talk about it. Anyway, if it's your first time here, then an extra special welcome to you. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. This is where we talk about the history of life on Earth, the fossil record, extinction, evolution, in dinosaurs, because dinosaurs are what I specialize in. Most paleontologists do not work on dinosaurs, but judging from my office here, you can probably guess that I do. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I dig up during the summers. Just last month, until about mid-August, we were out in the field digging up dinosaurs in Utah, with Jim Kirkland, actually. Oh yeah. Anyway, as a dinosaur paleontologist, dinosaurs are my specialty, but the point of this channel, the point of these broadcasts is science outreach, public education, trying to get people excited about, interested in, and give them an increased understanding of the history of life on our incredible planet Earth. So if you have any questions at all about dinosaurs specifically, or about natural history more broadly, about maybe the very philosophy of science itself, any of this stuff, don't hesitate to ask those questions. I mean that. That's why this is a live broadcast rather than a YouTube video or something like that, is you can type your question into the chat and we'll talk about it live. We can have a heart-to-heart about science here. That's what we're all here for. I'm glad you're here. Welcome, welcome. Presco says, the dig streams are so fun. They were a ton of fun. I'm looking forward to doing some more of those, potentially, this fall and winter in southern Utah. We will see. No guarantees yet, but, yeah. Let me go up to the top of chat and say hello to everybody. We've got Matt M33 and Kodali. We're both first today. How are you doing? Howdy, howdy. The Lenina. I'm glad you've got the day off, Lenina. That is wonderful. Much deserved. Happy Labor Day to you, Lenina. Niffler, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Lenina says, I had the day off and we didn't even hit 90 degrees today, so I'm pretty spectacular. How are you? Doing well, too. Oh, yeah, we'll have an announcement at the end of today's stream, but I'm going to be doing an extra special stream, fingers crossed it'll work, on Wednesday. I'm going to be doing some traveling. Stay tuned for that announcement. Scrolling. Sandwich Nom Nom, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Dr. Irrefutable, how are you doing? Oh, I've got your box right here. I can open that. Remind me. Thank you for sending it, whatever it is. Neilf, how are you doing? Paleontologist VA, hello, hello. Sweetie Pie, how are you doing? Do you want to come up here? We'll see. Oh, here she is. Hello, hello, Sweetie Pie. We've got Freelancer and Danish Viking, Amelia Bedelia, and Nathaniel Soar. Golganek, how are you doing, Golganek? Yukon's Bud. Oh, hello, Sweetie Pie. Fall Machine, did I say hello to you yet? Hello, hello. And,
That means, then, that dinosaurs really did not become extinct, that we have their descendants around with us today, and I think that's fantastic.
I think it's fantastic too, Ironheart. Thank you for the 50 months of support. Holy cow, do I appreciate that. Appreciate that very, very much. Thank you, thank you. Oh, and I know Sweetie Pie appreciates that too. Yeah. Racadactylus, how are you doing? Hello, hello. I hope you're having a good day so far. Starting the week off right, I hope. That dude Daniel, welcome back. Good to see you. Deathsaurus and Yen Zoku, Emotional Bagel, and Marcy Walks Dogs, Beetlebang. Thanks for returning. Good to see you too. Little Pink Pony and Reese, Grim Deviant, and Rough Fun. That was everybody. Eddie Scarin and Parathetamal, Joshua Colossus, and Freelancer. Freelancer says, how deep do dinosaur bones get found?
If you've been cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
What did the paleontologist say
depends.
when he found a herd of duck-bill dinosaurs? Well, I guess we have to get all our ducks in a row.
There you go, Trappy Jenkins. Thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. I think you got a hype train kicked off for us here. Yes. We'll be talking all about duck-bill dinosaurs today and why they're important. Yeah. Jerriet Rick, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Cosmological Kev, what's shaking? Monty Wombat, howdy, howdy. Yeah. And the Spy says, did you hear about the new movie coming out about dinosaurs in Vietnam or something? I did not. No. Huh. I don't think there have been a lot of dinosaur fossils found in Vietnam. There's more in Laos and Thailand. Not very many in Vietnam that I'm aware of. And Rhacodactylus, every time I see you, I keep meaning to remember to email you about your SVP presentation topic. Yeah, Rhacodactylus, please do that. Yeah, absolutely. I've been finding some other papers that people have done in the past about this, but they never got cited very much. Anywho, yeah. And let's see. Murph says, question, everything I see about the bombing of the German Nature Museum World War II, the one in Munich, shows it was a 500-pound bomb from the U.S. Also, the raid was daytime, which aligns more with the Americans. It was not. It was an RAF raid around 4 in the morning, I think. April of 1944. Yeah, it was Lancaster bombers with de Havilland Mosquito Pathfinders. There's a book about this. Yeah. And I'm glad you've been released, Jerry Rick. It's good to have you. Where is that book? Let me find that for you. Watch out, sweetie pie. And then I'll get you some treats in a minute. Here we go. The Lost Dinosaurs of Egypt talks about this pretty extensively. Look up Lancaster in here. It doesn't seem to be in here. Page 15 to page 20. Okay, so there's like a decent 5 pages on this in here. Yeah. Anyway, it definitely was a nighttime raid, RAF bombing raid. Yeah. So I think April 25th, 1944? Yeah. Anywho, the book is called The Lost Dinosaurs of Egypt. They became lost because they were destroyed in a Royal Air Force bombing raid in April 1944 during World War II. Anyway, sweetie pie, let me get you some treats, huh? Anywho, good question, Murph. That book should help you clear it up if you want some more information on it. Yeah. Well. What do we have here, sweetie pie? Look at all those, my goodness. Treats galore. Oh, good stuff. An interesting Spy 149, huh? Interesting. And Murph, yeah, there were multiple bombings of German naturalist museums in World War II, yeah. The most famous one would be the destruction of the Munich Museum. Yeah. We'll go into detail about that when we talk about Spinosaurus when I've got my paper submitted for publication. Yeah. Anywho. There were also multiple British museums that were bombed during World War II. And there were some other Mesozoic vertebrate specimens destroyed during those bombing raids also. The Germans bombing the UK. But anyway. Yeah. And Blue Rooster says, that's exciting? Yeah. Well, hopefully that'll be pretty soon. we'll start getting some of those papers published. Anyhow. Yeah, speaking of new papers published, we've got a brand new dinosaur to discuss today, so we'll get into that in just a little bit. And Sweetie has been loving the camera. Absolutely, Murph. Yeah. She's, very keen to get treats and stuff like that. And just get attention during streams. That's funny. She must have heard me speaking from upstairs and then ran down here and wanted to jump up on the desk. Yeah. Beetlebing, her name is Sweetie Pie. There are 3 cats who live here.
Jurassic Park. Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Roy G. Biv SF, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Did I ask you that already? Whether the SF stands for San Francisco? Oh, see you later, Sweetie Pie. That's where I live, here in the San Francisco Bay Area. Yeah, anyway. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thank you for following. And it does. Excellent. Well, welcome back. It's good to see you back here. And you're on Treasure Island. Well, Prescos. That's, just over there. In the middle of San Francisco Bay. Very, very cool. They're building all kinds of housing there. It's kind of exciting, actually. I've been to Treasure Island a number of times. That's where I had senior prom, was on Treasure Island, believe it or not. Anywho, yeah. Good to have you. But yeah. And Paleo Entertainment, how are you doing? It's good to have you here too. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Like I said, I just got off the phone with Jim Kirkland a little while ago. He called me up because he's pretty excited about this new dinosaur to discuss. We've got a brand new Critasaurin Saurolophine hadrosaur. This is a duck-billed dinosaur. So duck-billed dinosaurs are members of the ornithopod group. Beaky plant eaters, all of them. And hadrosaurs in particular are kind of, in a lot of environments, they're the dominant dinosaurian herbivores in the late Cretaceous. Hadrosaurs, your duck-billed dinosaurs. Like Lamiosaurus right here, or like Parasaurolophus. Can we get some Parasaurolophus going in the chat? Parasaurolophus emotes. Let me get you started off here. There we go. These guys vary dramatically in their skull morphology. All kinds of different interesting cranial things going on. You know, crests and prongs and nasal bosses and all kinds of really interesting stuff. Our particular new hadrosaur today is a close relative of Critosaurus, aka Critosaurus. There's the skull on this guy, pretty prominent schnoz there. So this is sometimes called a crestless hadrosaur, although you know, they've got such interesting things going on with their noses, it's not really fair to call them crestless. But yeah, they are really neat critters. We'll be talking about this, we'll be talking about paleobiogeography, we'll be talking about the idea of faunal endemism. It's gonna be neat. Jeep Rex, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Thanks for putting that hadrosaur in there. And Beetlebing says, could all hadrosaurs make noises with their crests? We don't know for sure.
Still, I can see that
Dinosaur Dave.
50,000 a year has been well spent.
Morning.
34
that new
months.
dino kinda reminds me of Metabarosaurus.
Yeah, it's not a close relative of Metabarosaurus. Metabarosaurus is more of an iguanodont than it is a hadrosaur. So it's more primitive, and it's from earlier in the Cretaceous period. But it does have a similar kind of nasal boss thing going on. There. But Metabarosaurus is considered a member of the iguanodont family. So it would be closer to the critter that I was digging up this summer. Rather, our crew is digging up in Utah. So, yeah, there's Metaburosaurus right there. This one on the bottom is really nice. But yeah, it is an iguanodont. Yep. Yeah, anyhow. And do they make sounds like walruses? Asked Freelancer. Well, I actually just discovered a new clip that I can play for you. Here we go. This is another member of the same group, Hadrosauridae, another duckbill dinosaur. Take a look at this. On here, let me get this properly set up. There we go. That should do it.
In the windswept canyons of the American West, history is written in the sand. There are
and that didn't quite do it. Hang on a second. That should do it.
In the windswept canyons of...
It didn't. No. I need to save this with the timestamp. It should be... Let's see... I must have nabbed that without the actual timestamp. Yeah, here, let's go back to our duckbill dinosaurs in general. And talk about the end of the Cretaceous. Or the end of the Jurassic, beginning of the Cretaceous.
In the shifting sands of time, extinction would overwhelm them. But how? And why?
And that is Jeff Goldblum's voice, Brachydactylus, yeah.
150 million years ago, reached a peak in the Cretaceous. Volcanoes exploded. Cracks in the Earth's crust widened on the ocean floor, unleashing a steady flow of molten lava that reduced the size of the ocean's basins and caused the sea level to rise.
So this is the beginning of the Cretaceous period.
Tore the continent of Laurasia apart.
Bet you a lot of this is kind of out of date now.
Adrift. As sea levels continued to rise, the interior of North America sank. Gradually, water from the Arctic and the Gulf of Mexico poured in,
And hang on. Jim Kirkland, how are you doing, Jim? It's good talking to you on the phone earlier. Jim says the Coahuilasaurus fossil was in a museum for more than a quarter century, but just recently described. Yeah, it happens. Well, you know this, Jim, but everybody else in the chat might know. It's not an uncommon occurrence for a new dinosaur to be discovered in a museum collections. This is one of those cases where this had just been sitting around and nobody had really published on it before, apparently. Had this particular specimen ever actually been published on before? And just not necessarily recognized as a new taxon? Anyway, Jim, I think you're going to come up here in this video pretty soon.
creating a shallow inland sea 1,000 miles wide that inundated a third of the continent.
Oh, by you in 2006. Right, okay.
If we were to look at the environment...
There's Jim right there.
The early Cretaceous, 125 to 110 million years ago, we would see a semi-arid savanna. But as the seaway came in, along the margin of it, we developed a very wet, humid climate, very much like the Gulf Coast.
This is around the same time of our dinosaur we're discussing today.
Created a gulf that divided eastern North America from the west. But it also triggered an even more dramatic change, a complete shift in climate. North America woke to a paradise of lush forests and tropical jungles. Global temperatures had risen 5 degrees. In the warm, moist climate of the Cretaceous, plants and animals multiplied in record numbers, and new species began to appear. In the midst of a botanical revolution, the dinosaurs
you have the rise of angiosperms, the flowering plants.
For the first time in the Earth's history, flowering plants blossomed in North America.
And Jim says, only talking about 20 million years after the beginning of the Cretaceous, I've learned a couple of new things. Oh, yeah. Shoot, so much of the the work that you've helped spearhead in that time, Jim, has just overturned a lot of this old stuff. But
In the
yeah.
house of evolution, flowers changed the world. Paleobotanist Kirk Johnson of the Museum of Natural History in Denver, Colorado, is investigating the spread of flowering plants.
Hello, I'm
and their
Sam Neill from Jurassic Park.
Dr. Karen,
Let's protect our fossils because
thanks for the
if they're
follow.
removed, America loses them forever.
Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. We were just talking about this, sometime last week, the rise of the angiosperms and how that may have helped lead to the dominance of ornithopod herbivores in the late Cretaceous, like the rise of the duckbill dinosaurs. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy you're here too, Dr. Karen. Welcome, welcome. Yeah.
impact on the Cretaceous.
Sometime around 125 million years ago, the first flowering plants appear. By 100 million years ago, they're very common in many different places in North America. And by the end of the Cretaceous, by 70 million years ago, flowering plants are the single most common element on the landscapes.
Kirk sees a
The
correlation
revolution.
between the rise of flowers and the fall of the Jurassic giants.
Most of the dinosaur faunas are replaced by smaller-bodied, larger-headed animals, animals with elaborate chewing mechanisms in their jaws.
We were talking about this last week.
Among them were the hadrosaurs, commonly known as duckbills because of the shape of their beaks.
And this is our new critter that we're discussing today, is a hadrosaur. That's why I'm showing you this clip.
The largest were over 30 feet long and weighed 3 tons.
And it was later
But
than we
what
thought.
set them apart was a
Interesting, Jim.
mouthful of 1,000 interlocking teeth.
These animals share some interesting properties of their face and mouth that really have something to say about how they might have fed on plants. These late Cretaceous dinosaurs would grate the vegetation between batteries of teeth. So they had a lot of ways to process plants.
Hadrosaurs were the most abundant dinosaurs in the world during the Cretaceous. In herds of up to 30,000, they trampled the plains of North America, leaving behind a trail of devastation.
All right, hang on. Before we get into this, though, Muso says, are those weird looking dino-looking birds extra related to these dinosaurs compared to other birds? You're talking about pterosaurs? So pterosaurs are not dinosaurs. These guys. Pterosaurs, aka pterodactyls, as many members of the public call them. These guys are not dinosaurs per se. They're related to dinosaurs, but they're outside of the dinosaur family tree. Think of them as like close cousins to the dinosaurs. Dinosaurs begin right here. Pterosaurs diverge a little bit earlier. They come from the same recent ancestor as dinosaurs, but they're not quite dinosaurs themselves. They're just outside the dinosaur group. Contrast that with birds, who literally are dinosaurs. They evolved from small two-legged, feathered, meat-eating dinosaurs. Theropods. So yeah. A hummingbird is a dinosaur. A pteranodon is not. Or maybe a Quetzalcoatlus. Not a dinosaur. Does that make sense? Yeah. There's a bird alive right now. Don't know their name. They look otherworldly. I don't know. There's a lot of interesting looking birds, Muso. But here's the thing to know is that all birds are living dinosaurs, and all birds are equally closely related to Mesozoic dinosaurs. To say T-Rex or something like that. Since all birds diverged from a single common ancestor in the middle or maybe early part of the late Jurassic period, all living birds today are equally closely related to their dinosaur ancestors. And how similar are dinosaur and pterosaur respiratory systems? That's a good question, Tone Rebellion. I don't know if there's been a lot of work on that. How well we understand pterosaur respiratory systems. Whether these guys would have had the same kind of unidirectional airflow system that birds and dinosaurs had. I suspect they probably would have because they come from a recent common ancestor, but I don't know that for certain, and I don't want to mislead you. I'm not sure. Yeah. Anyway, and hang on. Dr. Karen in chat, is that Dr. Karen Poole? I didn't want to presume. We've had a number of Karen usernames here in the chat. But, no, different Karen. Okay. See? I'm glad I didn't presume. Yeah. Oh, no worries. No worries. It's good to have you here anyway. I'm glad you're here, Dr. Karen. And Justin Help says, what makes the dinosaur label not apply to pterosaurs? Since they have a common ancestor just a bit further back? Exactly. Bingo. Yeah. In order to be a dinosaur, you have to have evolved from that singular dinosaur ancestor. That's why crocodiles are not dinosaurs. That's why plesiosaurs are not dinosaurs. That's why turtles are not dinosaurs. Because you've got to go further back to where they link up with the ancestors of dinosaurs. Pterosaurs they've diverged just before the first dinosaurs evolved. And so they're not dinosaurs. Does that make sense? Yeah. But yeah. Oh, and shoebills. Yeah, Musa. I'm actually working on shoebills for a soon-to-be-published paper. They're really cool critters. They're very, very cool. Yeah, there's sometimes called shoebill storks, but don't call them a stork. They're not storks. They're more closely related to another kind of bird called a hammerkop, and then a little bit further out from there, they're related to pelicans. They are not storks, but they are amazing animals. They're very, very cool critters. They're one of my favorite extant birds, and they eat lungfish. That's most of what they eat. But they'll also eat frogs, they'll eat baby crocodiles, they'll eat all kinds of other fishes as well. They're pretty awesome critters. Here, let's take a quick look at them. So they're popular in captivity. They are endangered in the wild, however. Yeah. But in captivity, that's how they say hello. Yeah, they're super cool.
Is a shoebill stork. These birds
they're not storks.
Are literally the living definition of the term badass. They are descendants of dinosaurs.
All birds are, though.
Fish and reptiles, and they have also been known to stand up to crocodiles in the wild as well.
How's the experience?
Unbelievable. They look so prehistoric.
Yeah. They do look like Muppets, Lydia. Yeah. They're pretty cool. They are pretty cool. And they're a wonderful example of a piscivorous tetrapod. Piscivorous theropod, in fact. Anywho, I'll give you a link to this video. But we gotta get back to hadrosaurs here. Duckbill dinosaurs. Anywho, yeah. And Dr. Hubs, bingo. Yes. They're still just as related to non-avian dinosaurs as other birds? Absolutely correct, Dr. Hubs. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. And Blue Rooster, you're talking about forest rakids, who also had big, scary-looking bills. Yeah, these guys. That's Titanus right there, I believe. So these were gigantic predatory birds that chased down and ate horses and critters like that. Is that an Astrapathere that they're taking down right there? Anyway, yeah. Anywho. Let's get back to our duckbill dinosaurs here.
Hadrosaurs were the most abundant dinosaurs in the world during the Cretaceous. In herds of up to 30,000, they trampled the plains of North America, leaving behind a trail of devastation. For dinosaurs traveling in vast herds, identification and communication can be a problem, but not for the hadrosaurs.
So we were talking about hadrosaur calls.
From a distance, all
There we go.
duckbills looked alike. Closer up, the similarity ended. Some developed an amazing array of headgear.
Pumpkin cakes. Thanks for the 4 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thanks for keeping me here online for the past 4 months, Pumpkin cakes. Appreciate you. Yeah.
From a distance, all duckbills looked alike. Closer up, the similarity ended. Some developed an amazing array of headgear.
It's an old Dynamation Parasaurolophus.
Lambiosaurus had a hatchet-shaped crest on the top of its skull. The crest of Corythosaurus covered its head like a helmet.
And is that a Pachycephalosaurus that they threw in there for some reason? It's not a hadrosaur, so if it is supposed to be a Pachycephalosaur, that's a mistake.
Crested hadrosaurs ranged in length from 30 to 45 feet and weighed up to 4 tons. Adorned with spines and spikes and humps, these bizarre-looking beasts may not have been the prettiest creatures around.
I don't know about
they
that.
certainly stood out in the crowd.
I think they're pretty.
The most famous was Parasaurolophus. Its crest was a horn-like tube, 6 feet long, that curved backward from its head.
So the whole skull is 6 feet long. Just to clear that up.
Parasaurolophus has puzzled scientists since it was found in 1920. Some thought its crest was a snorkel for underwater breathing, but its end is sealed, making breathing impossible. Others think there's more to it than meets the eye.
This is some pretty cool stuff.
At the New Mexico Museum of Natural History in Albuquerque, Tom Williamson has been trying to solve the mystery of what this massive crest
Well, they get huge,
was used for.
Yeah.
When
Some of these duckbill dinosaurs become completely enormous by the end of the Cretaceous. So you have like Shentungosaurus in Asia is enormous. Parasaurolophus gets really big too. Griposaurus monumentensis. An enormous animal. There's the one at the Natural History Museum of Utah in Salt Lake City. They got really, really big. Like larger than an elephant. And our new duckbill dinosaur is pretty similar to this guy. It's a very colorful reconstruction. I like that a lot. But similar to this guy. Very similar. But yeah, they are large animals. And what's the estimated age range of these animals, meaning lifespan? So, for most of these dinosaurs, most of the fossils that we find are not of fully grown individuals. Most dinosaurs seem to have lived fast and died relatively young. I don't know what the maximum lifespan would be for a critter like this. It's tough to say. I would guess probably in the maximum lifespan might be in like in the 50s, something like that. But most of the specimens that we have of duckbill dinosaurs like this, you know, you'd be hard-pressed to find one more than 30 years old, I would imagine. Those that have actually been histosampled, where the bones have been cut and the growth rings looked at, to determine how old the animal was at death. And Joe Wingy says, must have been very hard getting enough food in your everyday, being that big. Well, these guys had an extremely well-developed set of chompers on them. Not only do they have these really, really powerful beaks at the front of their mouth, but they've got this battery of teeth, sometimes up to 1,000 teeth or more, per animal, for processing these plants. They were very, very good very, very good at processing tough plant material, like we talked about last week with that new paper that came out. Here, I'll share that with you. This is a paper that we were discussing just last week. And that is a lot of chewing power, absolutely. Yeah. It's cool stuff. Here, and we can dip into this again from last week. Hadrosaur teeth. There we go. So, with duckbill dinosaurs like this, yeah, here's like a kind of a crude representation of the front of a duckbill snout. So, again, imagine there's this Hadros right here. Uh-oh. You're looking at it from the snout on right there. Right here. Got it?
Modern-day plant eaters chew plant food by moving their lower jaw in a circular grinding motion. However, dinosaurs were probably like reptiles of today, which can only clamp their jaws up and down. So how did they chew plant fibers? Some had an ingenious method of chewing. As their jaws closed, the upper teeth struck the lower teeth at an angle, sliding the upper jaw outwards in a grinding motion.
See? And that's why they have so many teeth, too, is you've got multiple teeth that form the chewing surface, which is pretty neat. Very, very efficient way of processing plants. But yeah, pretty cool, right? And what's the etymology of Cryptosaurus? I don't know. That's a good question. Let's look that up. You know, good, quick source of information. Because Wikipedia is, let's see, hook-nosed. There we go. Hook-nosed lizard. Greek, Gripos. Because of that kind of bulge on its schnoz. Pretty neat, right? Anyway, back to our Parasaurolophus and how we can figure out what sort of sounds they made as we're talking about duckbill dinosaurs before we get to our new one.
Parasaurolophus lived. New Mexico looked very much like this. It was basically a tropical, subtropical jungle. And so we think that these dinosaurs, like Parasaurolophus, might have made sounds to communicate with each other, because these sounds could penetrate through this thick, jungly underbrush. These crests made very different sorts of sounds. They may have made sounds to help coordinate their movements, especially when they couldn't see each other.
To test his theory, Tom needed to look inside the crest without dabbing.
And again, this is a beautiful example of how science is about testing. It's one thing to come up with an idea that sounds plausible and people like it, but that's not what science is about. Science is about testing hypotheses. So an idea might sound really cool, but it's not scientific. It's not a scientific idea unless it is falsifiable and you try and falsify it. You gotta test things in science.
Damaging it, so he decided to run it through a CAT scan.
This is the partial skull of a Parasaurolophus, one of these crested duckbill dinosaurs. It's lying on its side. This is the
cool
eye
tone rebellion, huh?
and this is the crest extending out from the skull roof back behind the head. And we want to see what the structure, the internal structure of this crest is like, what the labyrinth of tubes, etc. inside of this crest.
I remember watching this when I was a kid on TV. They showed on the Science Channel sometimes.
Hundreds of X-rays that, when assembled,
cool that you had on VHS.
created a detailed image of the crest. Inside were 10 hollow chambers connected to the animal's nasal passages, suggesting Parasaurolophus may have used his crest to communicate with other duckbills. To find out, Tom enlisted the aid of computer scientist Carl Diegert of Sandia National Labs. Together, they modeled the crest on a high-performance computer to recreate the sound.
Pretty cool.
The labyrinth of tubes and air cavities resembled those of a French horn. Now, 68 million years later, Parasaurolophus's call of the wild can be heard once again.
The main pitch of his call is quite low. It's at 38 hertz. This is a pure version. So that particular component of the sound roots this whole call.
Eerie, right?
So again, that particular note, that first octave D, is set basically by measuring how long his main sinus passage was.
The longest tube produced the main sound, and the shorter tubes produced higher notes. When resonating at the same time, it was a primeval symphony.
Pretty cool. Let's give you goosebumps.
It's quite a startling sound. It's not something that people, at least this century, would build musically. I like to say it sounds almost chaotic.
It's nothing that I've ever heard before, and it sent shivers up my spine. It was just so strange.
The wilds of the late Cretaceous boomed with the song of Parasaurolophus.
Pretty neat. Here, I'll give you a link to that. Some of those tabs. There we go. Anyway, our brand new dinosaur today, so new that it's not even hit the news yet, is called Coahuilasaurus, from Mexico. And it's a member of this group, a member of the duckbill dinosaurs, the Hadrosauridae. In particular, it seems to be a critosaur. So Critosaurini, these are duckbill dinosaurs that don't have crazy crests like the Lambeosaurines do, like Parasaurolophus or Corythosaurus or Lambeosaurus. Instead, they've just got this kind of raised, bulgy nose like this. There's an early reconstruction. Nowadays, we recognize that these animals had an even more pronounced schnoz. Yeah, without further ado, let's go ahead and look at that paper, shall we? And what would you know it? We already have Coahuilasaurus on the Wikipedia page for 2024 in Archosaur Paleontology. There's the article. This is one of the figures from the paper. There is the actual specimen right there. So this is, again, a dinosaur named based on a singular specimen. A beautiful snout, preserved in 3D. Really lovely. I'm really impressed that there's already a decent Wikipedia article written about this. This, again, was just published yesterday, to my knowledge. And here is the paper in the journal Diversity, referring to the diversity of life. And it is open access. I'll give you a link to it here. Come on, File Explorer. Why are you taking so long? There we go.
Access granted.
There we go. Good stuff. And there is a referred specimen figured. Oh, gotcha, Jim. Okay. I hadn't actually had a chance to read the whole thing yet. But yeah. There in the chat, of course, is Jim Kirkland, state paleontologist of Utah. And one of the authors on the paper right here. So there's Jim right there. Let me get you the link to the paper. There it is in the chat for you. There we go. Coahuilasaurus lipani. A new Cretaceous hadrosaurid from the Upper Campanian Cerro del Pueblo Formation, northern Mexico. Exciting stuff. Mexico is becoming more of a hotspot for dinosaur paleontology, and you love to see it. Some of these areas in Mexico are just, you would expect them to be prime fossil hunting territory, just based on how things look. You know, areas like this, just beautiful, tasty looking badlands. Just imagine the fossils you might be able to find in a place like this. And when you go out and look, they're there. Jim has done a bunch of field work in Mexico, and has worked really hard to help promote the science of paleontology in that country. Worked kind of selflessly, if you ask me, in that regard. And it's been good. It's been good. I actually have a colleague, I think she's done with her studies here in Berkeley. Ixchel is her name. She's from Mexico. And she mostly works on fossil plants and stuff, if I recall, but she's got her name on a couple of new dinosaur papers, like Totodilmimus. There we go. Yeah, an ostrich dinosaur from Mexico. She's one of the authors on this paper, and this may or may not be from the same formation. We can look up the fauna list in a bit. But yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And Mexico is certainly sitting on a fossil gold mine, Joe Wingy? I would say so, yeah. Yeah. There are many places around the world where you've got the ability to find really good vertebrate fossils, sometimes dinosaur fossils. But just having the fossils there is not enough. You need to have people going out and looking for them. You've got to have paleontologists studying them. You've got to have funding. And that's really the most difficult part about paleontology, is just finding money for things. We'll be talking about that a bit more too during today's stream. But before I forget, let me just share something with you to make sure it doesn't get lost in the shuffle. Let's see. Oh, excellent. Oh, this is great, Jim. So Jim also texted me some photos of working here in Mexico. Here, but before we get to that, some of you remember us talking about that Sciatellosaurus skeleton replica that we're trying to fundraise for the museum in St. George? Here is a link. If you would like to help donate toward that end, there's a link right there. We're going to be making a big deal out of this, hopefully later on in today's stream and on tomorrow's stream, but I wanted to make sure that I give this out right now. I guess it only works in $10 increments, but if any of you have got $10 to spare to help us get a Scutellosaurus model, a beautiful cast of this critter for the museum in St. George, like we were talking about on stream when we visited Rob Gaston's workshop, there's that link. Please donate if you can. We'd really appreciate that. We've got to raise $2,200 more for this out of a total of $6,000. Just 2,200 left. So that's... What? Just... Yeah, anyway, I think we can do that. But yeah. And there are many dinosaur fossils in the Chihuahua state, too. There are indeed, Levimerit. Yes, indeed. There. Anyway, back to Coahuilasaurus here. Here's Jim, and is that Renee there? No. Who is that, Jim? And this is this Sabinosaurus? It's another one of these big Saurolophine hadrosaurs. Well, we used to call a hadrosaurine, and we call them Saurolophines. But, yeah, and it is excellent. And Lord of the Dinosaurs 3 too, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Dark Nick's official. Howdy, howdy. Yeah, and that is Renee. Okay, yeah. He looks different from when I met him in 2014. But, yeah. I mean, you also look different, Jim. And I'm sure I would have looked a lot different as well. But yeah, very, very cool. Thank you for sharing this, Jim. This is fantastic. I appreciate having, like, behind-the-scenes images here. There's a smaller photo.
Ontogeny.
Team with Sabinosaurus there. There's Jim. I think that's Renee right there. And yeah. And Dark Nick's official says Renee is awesome. Great person. He is great. Really glad I got a chance to meet him in 2014. It'd be great to be able to go out and do some field work down there. We'll see if that's in the cards. Yeah. And there's Jim and Renee in the field right there. Very cool. Yeah. And Miss Capri Kels is happy to help toward the Scutellosaurus Fund. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. There we go. Yeah. And look at that big old vert. I wonder who that's from. Presumably a hadrosaur. It's pretty awesome. Like, awesome in scale. That's a large vert right there. Yeah. Spinosaurus site with research with discovered by Juan Pablo Garcia de la Garza. There he is right there with Sabinosaurus. So our new critter is a close relative of this animal. And I think, Jim, you were saying you originally referred this new critter to Sabinosaurus. And later on, this team determined it's different enough that it deserves a new name. And so that's what happened here. Yeah. Yeah. And there we go. Cast holotype muzzle of Coahuilasaurus with jaws of future holotype of Sabinosaurus. In Sabinas, Mexico. I think the same taxon. Interesting, Jim. Very interesting. Yeah. So this is the specimen we're talking about right now, the one that is described in this paper. Very cool. And Sabinosaurus is now thought to be a Saurolophine. Are Cretasaurines not considered Saurolophines? I thought they were. In the... Maybe I'm thinking of this incorrectly, and there being a binary between Saurolophines and Lambeosaurines. I guess Cretasaurines are a different clade? Let's look into this. Make sure that I've got this correct.
Extinction's no shame. No
Rachel
sign
Darling
of
Endeavors.
disgrace or
Thank you for the 7 months. I appreciate
in a world
that.
full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe, all species eventually become extinct.
Professor Danny, you mean so much to this community. Your passion for getting the world connected and informed through science outreach is astounding.
Oh,
You
I
approach
appreciate
and
you
break
saying
down
that.
topics that are easy for everyone to understand. Personally, your use of scientific thinking assists me in remembering how to break down every topic in my everyday life in order to come to a more conclusive thought. Your energy is radiant and captivates the room. Thank you for being here and teaching us new things every.
I appreciate that very, very much, Rachel Darling Endeavors. Thank you so much for the kind words. I don't know what to say. You're making me blush. But thank you. Thank you for making this possible through your continued support. That means a lot to me. Unky Fire says, why did the hadrosaur neck curve in such a fashion? Why questions like that are difficult to answer, you know? I think, well, I could say, well, it's because their ancestors had a curve like that to their neck. It's kind of a holdover from earlier times, I guess you could say. Some of the earliest ornithischian dinosaurs that we have are critters like Lesotosaurus, and they already have kind of a curve to their neck like that. And then later on, their descendants inherited that and kind of ran with it. Get dinosaurs like Camptosaurus, an iguanodontian from the late Jurassic. They had that too. And then it's just continued on with. There were critters like Eolambia. And then into your other duckbill dinosaurs. Coahuilasaurus is our new critter. And already we've got a lovely reconstruction of it here on Wikipedia. That is spectacular. Yeah. They probably had really, really meaty necks, though, because we know they had really big, heavy skulls. And we've got really every reason to think that they would have had a very, very muscular neck. Mummified duckbill dinosaurs like Dakota. You know, specimens like this, or this is, I think, Leonardo right here. They give us some sense for like how thick the muscles would be around the neck, because some of that skin and flesh is kind of preserved in there. And yeah, it seems to show these guys had pretty chunky necks. And Brachylophosaurus too. Exactly, Dark Next official. Yes, yes. Like with, I think Leonardo is indeed Brachylophosaurus. Yeah. And a network of connective tissues like a horse. Yeah, Jim, absolutely. More robust than a horse neck, just because it's a larger animal. Oh yeah. Yeah, think about it kind of like a horse, I guess. Horses have got pretty muscular necks. They've got pretty chunky head. Same thing for duckbill dinosaurs. And Yanzoku says, when in prehistory did insects appear first? So insects were the first animals to come up onto land, or arthropods were at least. And that was about 400 million years ago, something like that. There. Our time chart. We do, I guess, have Eurypterids coming up onto land in, like, the Silurian. And I guess some of the first insects to come up onto land also would have been during the Silurian. So yeah, about 430 million years ago, give or take. Something like that. Yeah. Yeah. And, what kind of material would they be eating to need those kinds of muscles, says Dinosaur Dave? Lots and lots of plant material. Probably a lot of conifers, probably a lot of angiosperms, tough plants. And that's part of why they've got this really, really robust beak like that. Here we go. Yeah, like this. This is a cast of the Premax, Predenary of Coahuilasaurus right here. And that is really, That's a serious beak right there. Yeah. And hello, Sweetie Pie. How are you doing? Just checking out what's going on over here. Yeah. How you doing, sweetie? And Parathenimal says, could they walk on their hind legs? So I guess there's like a general consensus that duck-bill dinosaurs, like our new Coahuilasaurus, and the other hadrosaurs, that these guys would have been what we call facultatively bipedal. So they're mostly walking around on all fours, but they could get up and run on their hind limbs if they needed to. That's the general kind of idea there. Let's see. I'm trying to find you that image. Where did I put that? Yeah, so with duck-bill dinosaurs, we think they're mostly cruising around on all fours like this, especially when they're adults. But since their hind limbs are so much more robust than their forelimbs, and longer too, their center of gravity would be maybe just a little bit forward of the hips. And so if they needed to, they could probably rock back on their hind legs and run, just on two legs. But most of the time, they're tooling around on all fours. Yeah. Anywho. And... oh, was Sweetie Pie showing her butt to the camera? Sorry. She does that. And Jim says, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. It's good to know that that's still the consensus, that hasn't changed, Jim. Yeah. Here, and you see representation of that right here, where, yeah, this animal's on all fours, but if it needed to, it could run on two legs. Probably part of what made these animals so successful was that they were versatile in the way that they could move around. Oh, Sweetie Pie. You having a good day? Yeah. Yeah. Do you want some more treats? What do you think? Do you want some face smushes? Oh, yeah. There you go. Oh, do you want some more treats? Is that what you're after? We can make that happen. We can make that happen. I think that's doable. Look at those. Yeah, good stuff. The Knight of Coin says, watching a scientist pet the kitty is what the internet was made for. Well, I'm glad you enjoy. And Sweetie Pie does. Yeah. What do you think? Good stuff? Yeah. And Lord of the Dinosaurs says, what were your thoughts on seeing Zalmoxes in Prehistoric Planet on Apple TV Plus? If you have seen it. I have seen it, and I was delighted to see it. It's nice to see some Rhabdodontians get some attention for once, you know? They're kind of underappreciated dinosaurs. And, yeah. I actually took a few clips from that to use as alerts on this channel. So, okay, I'll see you later, Sweetie Pie. But yeah, it was nice to see. And it was also really nice for paleontologists who specialize in ornithopod dinosaurs to see that. Karen Poole was talking about it during our interview. Let me see if I can find that. we go.
As compared to other things. Yeah. Because there's literally a phenomenon.
Yeah.
For those of you unfamiliar with cladistics called rogue taxa. All right. So these are species that are so in.
Here, I'm gonna.
And you should know a little if you're doing it. You should know. But maybe take a second look at some areas. That.
But Karen was really happy that Zalmoxes was made an appearance in a paper that just came out. Like a notosaur, just
radiating out.
I don't know if we'll be able to find that particular clip, but yeah.
But, like there are.
You're right. But I could just show you some of the footage there. Ornithopod dinosaurs do all kinds of interesting stuff at the end of the Cretaceous, and Zalmoxes and the other Raptidontians are a good example of that. That's why you do a lot. It's so
yeah.
That...
So yeah, exactly. But maybe take a second look at some areas, recode some things, maybe sometimes adding a new species, like when you find that, and that can change everything.
And here we go. Zalmoxes.
And equally inconspicuous, Zalmoxes.
They're pretty adorable.
Of the ancient dinosaur lineage.
Yeah. And there you go, Dr. Yeah, that's who I was talking about there.
Is one of their few remaining strongholds. Snacks for many predators.
Anyhow. Cool critters. And Dr. Terrace has loved that more and more Mexican and Cerro de Pueblo Formation is... More and more Mexican dinosaurs are being described, you mean? And the Cerro de Pueblo Formation is slowly but surely getting a more complete picture of the ecosystem there. Yeah, it's really neat stuff. Anyhow, we're in 32 minutes into the interview. Oh, okay. Let's see, Charlie's Dragon. Appreciate that.
Donchians in the early Cretaceous, and then they all become hadrosaurs and duckbill dinosaurs. There are other lineages.
There's like relic groups, yeah. Or Raptidontians, I guess.
Well, Raptidontians, right? So Raptidon and Zalmoxes was featured in
Prehistoric Planet.
Prehistoric Planet, which is great for me because now people know what Zalmoxes is, and I can use this example. But Zalmoxes is also an iguanodontian, and so you can kind of follow part of the tree, and there's this trend towards really more and more teeth and bigger jaws and these giant dinosaurs, which are the hadrosaurs. Most of them are quite large. But
like
there's
our new guy today.
Of iguanodontians hanging out in the underbrush doing their thing, being Zalmoxes. And their teeth sort of take a whole different trajectory where they have actually really big teeth, really wide teeth in their jaws, and not that many of them. And hadrosaurs do the exact opposite. They have super narrow teeth, closely packed, and 40 of them. In across the lower jaw. So they take these very different pathways, and so there's these different groups evolving in parallel, and evolution is not it's a bush and it's radiating outward. It's not like this sort of stepwise progression.
Yeah. Anyhow, Dr. Karen says, where are you broadcasting from, Danny? Right now, I am broadcasting to you, beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. This is where I live. But during the summer, I might be out in the field digging up dinosaurs in Utah or Wyoming, or later on this year, maybe more from Utah, southern Utah. We'll see. But this is where I'm broadcasting to you from now. This is where I live. Anyhow, yeah. What was the new dinosaur called? Coahuilasaurus. Matt Tilson, yeah. Here, let's get rid of some of these tabs. And, get back into this. Here we go. Here is the new paper. And if you'd like a link to it, it is, of course, open access. one. Oh, from oh, very cool, Spectrum. Nice. Hello, fellow Northern Californian. It's good to have you here. Let's read the abstract here. The abstract is like a short summary of the paper. This gives you the gist of it. We'll go into that, and we'll talk about what's going on here and why this is exciting. So the Late Cretaceous of Western North America, or Laramidia, supported a diverse dinosaur fauna with duck-billed dinosaurs, hadrosaurs, being among the most speciose and abundant members of this assemblage. So what's going on here? Here, I'll actually let James Gurney talk about Laramidia for a minute. To introduce this concept to people who might be unfamiliar with it. There.
If we could take a journey back through time, what would we see? What did our world look like ages ago, during the time of the dinosaurs?
During the Late Cretaceous.
The land was warmer than it is now, and the oceans were higher. Florida was underwater. A warm, saltwater sea divided North America in two.
And here we have Laramidia in the west.
Was a lost continent known as Laramidia.
Yeah. Extending from Canada in the north down to Mexico in the south. We're talking about a new Mexican dinosaur today from southern Laramidia. So let's try about, I guess 90 million years ago is the closest we're going to get. That's what our Earth looked like at the time. There's North America. This dinosaur is from about 73 million years old. This globe is supposed to represent 90 million years ago, so it's not a one-to-one match. It's not perfect, but hopefully it gives you a general sense. There was this shallow inland sea that we call the Western Interior Seaway, bisecting North America. So Laramidia is the landmass over here. That's what we call it. So that's Montana, Wyoming, Utah, and Colorado, New Mexico, and then Mexico down here. Rosand.
Ontogeny.
Thank you for the 29 months of support, Rosand. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. It's good to have you here. Thanks for keeping me here on the air with that ongoing support. This is what we're talking about down here. There's this idea called faunal endemism, which basically means that, like, you get different groups of critters endemic to different regions. So, like, specific to particular places. And Generator Fragdi, well. Holy cow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Generator Fragdi is creeping forth with a gigantic 343-strong raid.
Spectacular.
What are dinosaurs?
I really appreciate that. And, Mikizet, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Hello, everybody. I'm glad you could be here. Fragdi, how was your stream? I hope it was wonderful. Welcome. And thank you, Tivian, for the follow. And Hina Bobina, thank you for the follow also. Welcome. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Thank you, Evil Cow, Odo, and Botanical Chaos.
This is a dinosaur, and this is a dinosaur too.
Hang on just a second. Alright, let's try that. Since I do not speak Polish, we'll try this.
Witamy w paleontologii, najeźdźcy. Cieszę się, że tu jesteś.
Proszę, zadaj mi wszystkie pytania dotyczące dinozaurów.
Welcome, welcome, everybody. Witamy to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. And all of the questions? Yes, please. Calzone Eater, yes, indeed. Yeah, we're talking about a brand new dinosaur just described today, described yesterday, just published. Coahuilasaurus. We've got the new paper right here. And I was just talking with one of the authors on the paper on the phone right before the stream started, with Jim Kirkland, state paleontologist of Utah. He is...
Skeletons are never found complete. They're always missing bones, missing parts.
And Lou Vardem, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah, did dinosaurs eat calzones? Calzones would only appear about 66 million years after the last of the non-bird dinosaurs died out. Anywho, cool stuff. And Ananka and Dai Pepe, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing too. We're gonna get back into this in a minute. I'm just kind of setting the stage here, talking about what Earth looks like during this time. Yeah, much of North America was underwater. There's this, as James Gurney put it, lost continent of Laramidia here. Our dinosaur is from here in northern Mexico. At the time, much of Europe was underwater as well. This kind of shallow tropical sea. I believe most of Poland was underwater at the time, also. Anywho, just trying to set the stage for this new critter. And Poland underwater, yes indeed. Yeah. Anyway, before we dive into this, into our new dinosaur, we've got a bunch of cool new people here, and I would like to introduce some of them to the channel with a quick little welcome video. So, I hope you're amenable to that idea. And thank you, Dudas258 Glamour. I appreciate that follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
With monsters. We came here to find fossils.
And Pampuch, thank you for the follow as well. Hello, hello. Without further ado, I'm going to introduce you to previously recorded Danny over here, and he's going to tell you a little bit about who I am, what a paleontologist is doing here on Twitch in the first place, all that good stuff. So thank you again, Frajdi, for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. And previously recorded Danny.
Astonishing. Simply astonishing.
Hang on a sec.
One of the most singular specimens I've encountered in all my discoveries.
Idris Yahweh. Thank you for the
enough
follow.
About my work. What
Welcome.
do you want to show me, Lee?
Previously recorded Danny, now is your time to shine. Take it away.
Well, thanks, present day Danny. Well, if you're new here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You might be wondering to yourself, where's the video games? Well, my name's Danny Anduza, and I'm a paleontologist. I don't really do too much in the way of video games, I guess. I work on dinosaurs. But how does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, I'll tell you. It all started when I moved to Montana right out of high school. In my first week there, I started working in the Paleo Lab at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was probably the greatest dinosaur museum on the planet. If you've ever seen any of the Jurassic Park movies, then you're more familiar with that institution and with my old boss than you may realize.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said that the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
It was in that program that Jack Horner built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. I learned a lot of that from Jack Horner's last graduate student, this guy, Denver Fowler, who would go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in North Dakota. Under Denver, I did nearly a decade's worth of fieldwork, digging at hundreds of sites in the Upper Cretaceous, excavating literally hundreds of dinosaurs. Here's just a few highlights. In 2012, I discovered the world's oldest specimen of Chasmosaurus, hopefully soon to be published as a new species. In 2017, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so
it should be a new species.
I've also been lucky enough to help collect another very important specimen, the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. And much like my fieldwork, my research is also centered on dinosaurs. Some of that deals with new genera and species, like this guy, Trurarchuncus, a bizarre little theropod from the very end of the age of dinosaurs, who was just published in July of 2020. I've got a few studies in the works right now, some of them focusing on dinosaur biogeography, and some others on behavioral functional morphology, basically looking at bizarre features of dinosaur skeletal anatomy and trying to figure out why those features evolved. And one of my current projects involves spinosaurs. But I can't really talk about that until it's closer to publication, so don't ask me about it yet. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things were definitely on the decline in Montana, so I packed up and moved back to the West Coast. And I have been so much happier here. I've also realized that I have very little patience for the soul-deadening bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I've moved my career in a different direction. And lucky for me, it happens to pay a lot better too. I kind of stumbled my way into a job in early childhood education. I get to make a real difference in kids' lives and help instill a love of nature and a burning curiosity for the world around them. Then coronavirus descended, and the school shut its doors. But I wasn't about to let a global pandemic stop me and my students. We just moved online. 1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush, because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things, like Velociraptor's jump or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. Having made the jump to teaching remotely, it was only a short leap from there to Twitch. I started streaming in May of 2020, and it's been tremendously rewarding. Now, it's my belief that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about your science is one of the most important things a researcher can do. Twitch is kind of an ideal medium for that. This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that? It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help out by continuing to watch, or if you can afford it by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So, for my regular viewers, thank you for sitting through that again. And for everybody who's new, welcome. We've got a fantastic little community going here, and we'd be really happy if you'd join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and wrap this up and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you. Thank you very much, previously recorded Danny, and thank you even more, Generator Fragile, for the raid. I really appreciate it. It's wonderful to have you here. We are talking about a brand new dinosaur, published just yesterday. Coahuilasaurus. Big old duckbill from the Late Cretaceous of Mexico. This is an exciting critter for a number of different reasons. We were just talking about Laramidia and talking about this idea of faunal endemism here. This is kind of a controversial idea. It's an ongoing, it's a hypothesis that continues to be tested as we learn more about what's going on in the Late Cretaceous of North America. But let me give you some background on it.
And Big Ol' Duckbill is the dinosaur's legal name, says G Pudding? No. Coahuilasaurus is the genus name. Lipani is the species name. So this is the critter's, government name right here. Coahuilasaurus lipani. Most dinosaurs only have scientific names. They don't have, like, a common name, in the same way that, like, this critter is called Passer domesticus to scientists. Members of the general public might call it a house sparrow, or an English sparrow, or a common sparrow. There's a bunch of different names in different languages, but no matter what language you speak, if you're using the scientific name, that's Passer domesticus. It's something that transcends languages. Everybody around the world calls this Passer domesticus. Whether you're, Russian or Brazilian or Japanese or Filipino or whatever, Passer domesticus is the name no matter what language you speak. That's why we often use Latin and Greek-derived names in science, is that there's a certain universality to them, Anywho, yeah, Robel says Melody Simply, yeah. And is T-Rex considered a common name? No, it's an abbreviation, actually, isolated, yeah. So, you can abbreviate any scientific name like you do for T-Rex, This would be P. domesticus. Passer domesticus, P. domesticus. T-Rex is Tyrannosaurus rex, abbreviated. Velociraptor. Velociraptor mongoliensis would be V. mongoliensis. You see this in the scientific literature. So it's funny in that T-Rex, like the abbreviation has become like a nickname for that animal that people use in popular culture. There's only a few other critters where that's really a thing. But E. coli is one of those. Escherichia coli is the full name, but E. coli is what it's abbreviated as, and the public has kind of adapted that too. Everybody knows what E. coli is. Does that make sense? And true Ryan Gosling, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. And are there any subspecies of Velociraptor? No, although there are other species other than Mongoliensis. There's Velociraptor osmolske. There we go. Yeah, which it doesn't look that different, honestly. Like, there are subtle differences in the cranial morphology, I think in the skull. Yeah. And Miko says, wait, raptors had feathers? Yeah, 1,000,000%, yes. Yeah. So dromaeosaurs, this whole family of dinosaurs, had feathers all over their bodies. We were talking about this last week with Deinonychus. But yeah, the whole dromaeosaur family, from Velociraptor to Microraptor, Ostroraptor, Dromaeosaurus, Deinonychus, Utahraptor, all of these guys had feathers on their bodies. They would have looked like big, scary, ground-running birds if you were to encounter them in life. They're neat animals. Very, very cool, and extraordinarily bird-like. They're very close to the ancestry of the birds. They're pretty close to where birds diverged from the rest of the dinosaur family tree. Yeah. Anyhow. And it is interesting, Rhacodactylus. Drosophila melanogaster is a weird one for me because I hear more people just refer to Drosophila instead of specifically to D. melanogaster. I think that's because the other species are probably just not as well known. People forget that they exist, maybe. Yeah. Yeah. And Melody Shibley says, what did their wings do? So we think that they may have been used for various things like, almost as like air brakes while they're running, to help them turn more quickly and stuff like that. Maybe to help flap when they're jumping down from heights. But the main one that's actually been published on in the scientific literature is called raptor prey restraints. And this is something that modern birds of prey will do. Or when they catch a prey item that's too large to fly away with, they'll stand on top of it, hook their claws into it, and flap for stability. So as the prey is struggling, they can flap in order to help stay on top. And then they eat it while it's still alive. We suspect that's probably what these guys, Deinonychus and Velociraptor and maybe Utahraptor, were doing. Is, yeah, flapping while the prey struggles. And then they're basically eating it alive during that. Does that make sense? Yeah. There's a really neat paper about it. So my old crew chief, Denver Fowler, published on this. Back in 2012. Here's the link to the paper. Yeah. Parathetamol says that is kind of brutal. Kind of, yeah. Yeah, but it is something that modern birds of prey will do. And so we have precedent for that in modern theropods. There we go. So this is some sort of Acipterine. Oh, Acipternisus. That's the Eurasian sparrowhawk. And it's got a prey item that is too heavy to carry away. And so this poor other bird is just trying to hold it still. While the other bird succumbs to shock and blood loss, it's just gonna eat it and flap its wings to stay on top of it as the other bird struggles. Yeah. So imagine a dinosaur like Deinonychus or Velociraptor or Utahraptor doing this. It is kind of brutal, but being a predator, you know. And Happiest Collie, thank you for the 46 months of support. I really appreciate that. Holy cow.
The last bone was put into place and the skeleton was
and no eyes. Thank you for the follow.
These men certainly felt a strong sense of accomplishment. They had brought back to life one of the greatest animals that ever walked the face of the earth.
Happiest Collie, 45 months.
Bloody in tooth and claw paleo think.
Sometimes true. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, thank you for being a bit more kind with that ongoing support to the channel. I appreciate it, Colin. Thank you, thank you. And No Eyes 61, thank you for following. Appreciate you clicking that follow button. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And Reconzar, thank you, Reconzar, for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Got the Spinosaurus and Dilophosaurus right in terms of looks and size. Interesting, isolated. But they Jurassic Parkified the Velociraptor. Yeah. Here, this is something that we were talking about last week. It was last Wednesday. There we go. Well, we might really want that to be true. It's talking about Deinonychus. It seems at this point like... need death space data. Apparently not, Jody Fish. Yeah. Anyway. Two cats. Yeah, I dig up Deinonychus. Yes, they existed tens of millions of years ago. Not... Anyway, I'll give you a link to this if you want to learn more about why the Velociraptor from Jurassic Park is not actually Velociraptor. Then this is the stream for you. Yeah, here we're talking about Dromaeosaurs right here. And Troodontids form a clade called Deinonychosauria. So they're sister groups. And both... Anywho. And Spina Bean, thank you for the sub there. I appreciate that. Speaking of Sabina, our new dinosaur Coahuilasaurus oh, shoot, I guess that's not actually been described yet. Anyway, hopefully it will at some point, but Sabinosaurus. Here it is right here with Jim Kirkland and Renee. Oh, what's Renee's last name? Shoot. Mexican paleontologist. This big Mexican duckbill dinosaur. Town of Sabina in Mexico is its namesake. And Rayconzara says, is that Jim? That is Jim. Jim was here in the chat earlier, too. Renee Hernandez Rivera. Thank you, Jim. I always just refer to him as Renee. But yeah, he's arguably Mexico's leading dinosaur paleontologist. Is Renee Hernandez Rivera. And there is Utah State paleontologist Jim Kirkland, who is also here in the chat with us. And he's one of the authors on this paper. Oh, and he was posting on Twitter earlier. Let's take a look at this. Hey, my 24th dinosaur, Coahuilasaurus. So, 24 dinosaurs now that Jim has helped author. Nice. 24th dinosaur, Coahuilasaurus, that I've been part of describing just came out. Thanks to Nick Longrich and Angel Ramirez Velasco for pulling this research off. My contributions to the Mexican hadrosaur are mostly based on my work with Renee Hernandez Rivera about 20 years ago. Link? That's awesome. That's a great photo, Jim. Holy cow. Neat. Very neat. And there's some casts of the material there. Cool stuff. Very cool stuff. Anywho. And have I ever dug up any Cenozoic species? I have, Goraka, Bulka. I dug up, stickleback and killifish fossils from the, I think, Pliocene of Nevada, near Fernley, Nevada, and some diatomaceous rocks. And then I'm getting into a little bit of Pleistocene stuff here, too, but can't quite talk about some of that yet. Yeah. Anyway. Anywho, and Alkifara says, what is a paleontological description? So that's when we're describing a new species, you basically talk about what's going on with it. You know? When we say that a critter has been described, what we mean is that someone has done the work to actually figure out what's going on with its anatomy, and they write it up. So, with our new dinosaur here, this is a description. So, a descriptive paper. So, we're going to be talking about different aspects of its anatomy, what sets it apart from other animals. Yeah, you're just getting all that stuff in writing and getting it published. That's a paleontological description. Let's start off here with the abstract. We were just about to do this before we got that wonderful raid from Frajdi. Yeah. Like we were talking about the Late Cretaceous of Western North America, or Laramidia. Pull that up one more time. More than 90 million years ago, that's the closest we're going to get. You've got the Western Interior Seaway cutting North America in two. In the east, you have the subcontinent of Appalachia. And in the west, the subcontinent of Laramidia. Our dinosaur is from right about here. Our new dinosaur. So Laramidia supported a diverse dinosaur fauna, with duckbill dinosaurs being among the most speciose. That means lots and lots of species of them. They're also very abundant members of this assemblage. Historically, collecting and preservational biases have meant that dinosaurs from Mexico and the American Southwest are poorly known compared to those of the Great Plains. So basically, the dinosaurs from this region, not nearly as well known as the dinosaurs from Montana and Alberta and Wyoming to a certain extent. But luckily, that's starting to change with new discoveries from the Southwest. However, evidence increasingly suggests that distinct species and clades, so different kinds of dinosaurs of like different evolutionary groups, clades like families, I guess you could say, inhabited some of the southern Laramidia. So there's interesting, different new stuff going on in the southern part of Laramidia. To what extent is debatable, but it's a subject of ongoing research and discussion and everything else. Here, a new Cretaceous hadrosaurid, represented by the interior part of the skull, so front of the face, is reported from the late Campanian of the Cerro de Pueblo Formation, about 72.5 million years old, in Coahuila, Mexico. The Cerro del Pueblo Formation Cretaceous was originally considered to represent the same species as a Saurolophine from the Olmos formations of Sabinas. I think that's Sabinosaurus there, right? But the Sabinus hadrosaur is now considered a distinct taxon.
Hello? Take the phone to Mommy now! Take the phone to Mommy! It's the dinosaur back! Okay.
Okay, Albatra, thank you for the 2
Finally,
months of
September
support.
So can do this Paleoscience shake.
I really appreciate that. Resubscribed for 6 months at Tier 1. Thank you, thank you. Albatra, I appreciate that. And it is September, which means that subscriptions are discounted this month, which is excellent. Oh yeah. And you were just talking about this region in our geology chat room. Very cool, Quake Cat. Nice. Oh, Andrew Memberex wants to know, what is the biggest mistake paleontologists have collectively ever made about how a dinosaur looked? Oh boy. I don't know. That's a tough one. That's a really tough one. I don't know what the biggest one is, but I can come up with one that's relevant to duckbill dinosaurs here to try and keep us on topic. Back in the early days of duckbill dinosaur paleontology, there was this idea that duckbill dinosaurs had webbed hands, and that would have made them aquatic. So here is an Edmontosaurus specimen that's mummified. So like parts of soft tissue and stuff are preserved on it. And it's got these like shriveled hands with skin in between the digits. And this was thought to represent webbing between the fingers. And so you would have all these depictions of these animals living in the water, doing their aquatic thing. It was thought, oh, if they had webbed fingers, they must have been adapted for aquatic habits. And so you see this in a lot of old reconstructions. Corythosaurus was a swimming dinosaur. It turns out the webbed hands had been misinterpreted. These guys had basically like a fleshy kind of hoof, or almost like a fleshy weight-bearing mitten for their hands. It wasn't a webbed hand. It was instead yeah, much more almost kind of ungulate-like. Like that. So that's an example of previous misinterpretation. Turns out these were, I'm sure they could swim, but these are animals that lived on dry land, you know? they weren't obligately aquatic or anything like that. Yeah. Anyway, I hope that makes sense, Andrew Memorex. Yeah. And Ken is here. How are you doing, Paleo Ken? Hello, hello. I hope you're enjoying your Labor Day. It's good to see you. Let's get rid of some of these tabs. And get back to Coahuilasaurus, our new duckbill dinosaur from Mexico. More recently, the Cerro de Pueblo Formation Cretasaur has been referred to as Cretasaurus navajovius. We show that it represents a new species related to Griposaurus. The new species is distinguished by its large size, the shape of the premaxillary nasal process, the strongly downturned dentary, the massive denticles on the premaxilla's palatal surface, supporting recognition of a new taxon, Coahuilasaurus lipani. This dinosaur assemblage of the Cerro de Pueblo Formation shows a higher diversity than contemporaneous fauna of the Horseshoe Canyon Formation in Alberta. Furthermore, Cretasaurinae, Lambeosaurinae, and Parasaurolophinae all persist into the latest Campanian in southern Laramidia after disappearing from northern Laramidia. So basically, in the north, when dinosaurs like Parasaurolophus and Lambeosaurus and their kin, when they disappear up north, those groups persist in the south. It's really interesting. We've got Parasaurolophus from New Mexico. We've got a dinosaur called Magnapolia, which used to be called Lambeosaurus laticatus. Now it's called Magnapolia. I think is it Prado Marquez who gave it a new genus name? This is an enormous animal, and it's a Lambeosaurid. And it lived in the south when the Lambeosaurians had disappeared from the north. It's interesting stuff. These patterns suggest declining herbivore diversity seen at high latitudes may be a local rather than global phenomenon, perhaps driven by cooling high latitudes in the late Campanian and Maastrichtian stages, the end of the Cretaceous. Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. Yeah. And Quake Cat says, what might be the reason these creatures disappeared from the north? Well, there you go. Perhaps driven by cooling at high latitudes in late Campanian and Maastrichtian. So, decreasing temperatures up north may have been what drove those critters out. Yeah. And Aural Antithesis, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Who are you calling a duckbill? Not you. Our new dinosaur. Coahuilasaurus is what I'm calling a duckbill, because that's what we call these critters. Although, the actual bill itself would be much different from that of a duck. It might be vaguely duck-looking, but there's like a substantial, hard, sharp beak there. These guys would have been formidable plant predators. They would have been herbivores to be reckoned with. These are very, very good at chomping plants. I'm
not going to believe this.
Risudegu.
But I'm turning into...
What, Risudegu? What?
A dinosaur.
Wow, Risudegu.
years already. Where did all the time go?
There you go. Thank you so much for those 25 years of support, Risudegu. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, thank you. Welcome back. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Aki7U says, I'm really happy I finally get a chance to watch some of your stream. I will definitely watch more often. It's so cozy, but I have to go. Have a good day or night. You might be gone already, Aki, but I'm glad you were here. Thank you for the kind words. And I hope you'll be around more often. Yeah. But yeah, the hadrosaurs are so cute. They really are, Spina Bean. They really are. They're interesting critters. I was happy to find this earlier. Oh, hang on. Speaking of duckbill dinosaurs, check that out. Close call. Dr. Irrefutable, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Really appreciate that.
Dr_Irrefutable just changed things
Thank
with
you,
those
thank you.
5 gift subs.
Good stuff. Oh, shoot. Remind me in a little bit, Dr. Irrefutable. I'll open up the package that you sent. But thank you. There's 5 people in the chat who won't have to worry about any ads for the next 30 days. I appreciate that very much, Dr. Irrefutable. Thank you for your generosity. And look, we're on our way to our sub goal for the week. Good stuff. What were we talking about? Duckbill dinosaurs. Oh yeah, I found a nifty reconstruction of these guys.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Lenina, for the 100 bits. And Gesundheit. Sounds like you see his time. Appreciate your generosity. Thank you, Lenina. This is maybe the first ever published reconstruction of Cretasaurus. Like, life reconstruction. This kangaroo-like pose. Look at the almost webbed hands. That tail dragging on the ground. This is from... what year? I don't even know. But pretty early on in the study of these critters. Nowadays, you reconstruct them much more like this. It's not a bad reconstruction. That's how you look sneaking to the fridge late at night for snacks. Really? Dragging your tail on the ground. Anyway. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Something about draft horses. Interesting, Risadego. Well, I hope the horses are all well, and I hope that house cleaning goes off without a hitch. Good luck. Anyway, let's get back to our paper here. So we read through the abstract. Sounds interesting. Let's look through the paper. Let's look at some of those figures, too. It's a nice one here. So when we were talking about faunal endemism, it's this idea that as you move across different latitudes, you see changes in the dinosaur faunas. Like, you get different kinds of dinosaurs at different latitudes, all at the same time. Or roughly the same time. Griposaurus, different species of Griposaurus up here in the north. You get Rhinorex from the Book Cliffs. This is right near where I was working this summer in eastern Utah. Griposaurus monumentensis, a little bit further south in Utah. And then in New Mexico, Cretasaurus navajovius, Nashoibitosaurus, Anasazisaurus, and Nashoibito, Critosaur. Okay, another Critosaur in there. And you got Griposaurus, what's been referred to Cretasaurus down here, and then Coahuilasaurus, the southernmost one down there. This is an ongoing debate in dinosaur paleontology right now. Is these differences that we're seeing between, say, duckbill dinosaurs or between horned dinosaurs in Laramidia, are these differences real, true differences in the sense that these animals are all living at the same time and you just have different ones from different areas, all contemporaneous with each other, but different species in different areas? Or would they have been a bit more homogeneous, and what we're seeing here is actually time differences? Now, these dinosaurs are constantly evolving, but largely in anagenetic lineages, and then what you're looking at here is kind of not true diversity in the moment, but we're looking at members of the same lineage just at slightly different times in all these different places. The answer is probably going to be something in between both of those. But the authors in this paper are saying that no, it is faunal endemism.
Reptiles.
Chomsky, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. And Jim says, some reconstructions are recently putting the center of gravity way too far forward with these critters. I think I'm inclined to agree. You see a lot of, reconstructions of these animals. Well, the neck almost seems way too thick. And it's like they have to walk on all fours. I suspect these guys would have been a bit more versatile in their stance than that. I don't think it would be difficult for them to get up and run on their hind legs. But yeah, it would actually be really nice to have do some computer modeling of these guys. Figure out where they would have different concentrations of mass throughout their body, and then pinpoint where the center of gravity should be. I'm imagining it's probably just in front of the hips, but I don't know. With guys like this, it doesn't quite look that way. There's a lot of extra bulk on this animal, too. Yeah. Anyhow. And Jim says, no, we're not. The chart shows Santonian through Maastrichtian Cretasaurs. Okay, so thank you, Jim, for calling me out there. Going back to this figure. Yeah, I guess I meant that kind of more broadly, not necessarily about this figure. These are going to be different critters from different times. Like, I'm pretty sure Gryposaurus notabilis and Incurvamanus are from different times. But these are just members of this same lineage, like, members of this same family, rather. The Cretosaurini, which is like a subfamily of duckbill dinosaurs. This is where they've been found. But we do get different researchers with different ideas about dinosaur diversity. Was this true faunal endemism? Like when you get, here. There we go. With these horned dinosaurs in eastern Laramidia, there are so many more than this nowadays. Here we go. This should be a nice example there. Yeah. Is this actual species diversity? Around the same time? Or are these critters actually from different times? Would, Utah Ceratops, for instance, was it restricted to Utah and surrounding environs? And that's why we don't find it up north? Or is it that we just don't have rocks from the right age up north yet? In order to have Utah Ceratops, it would have ranged up and down the coast, and we just haven't found the right age rocks up here. Utah Ceratops in particular might be a bad example. But that's the question. How widespread were these dinosaurs? Were they actually relegated to small geographic ranges? Or were they more mobile than that? Did they live in lots of different environments up and down the coast, different latitudes? It's an ongoing debate. Yeah. And Jim says, G. latidensis santonian gives rise to Pentaceratops. Gryposaurus latidens? Those are probably unconnected chat messages, huh? Anywho, yeah. I realize it can be frustrating, Jim, to have to, like, type into chat and then have me try and interpret what you're saying. And I'm moving on to other things, and there's a delay and all that. It'd be great if we could just, like, bring you on to talk about this if you wanted to do that. We might be able to make that work, actually. If you wanted to call in, we could be like a call-in show. Ken says you got Jim angry. I'm not trying to. Oh, Mini Pie, how are you doing? But, yeah. Sabina Bean says that would be super cool to have a call-in thing. Yeah. Oh, hello. You have to be the lucky number 8 caller to win a prize, though, says Isolated. Yeah. And, ¿cómo están? Estoy bien. Mr. Ready, too? Yeah. And Quake Cat says Sweetie. No, this is not Sweetie. This is Mini Pie. Sweetie Pie was visiting us earlier. This is Mini Pie right here. And then Moon Pie doesn't usually like to appear on stream, but maybe we'll get lucky this week and she'll make an appearance. Philium, thank you for the follow. It's good to have you here. And Goraka Bulka says, what's your take about the hypothesis that Triceratops is a juvenile Torosaurus? Or rather that Torosaurus is like a fully adult Triceratops? I find a lot of those arguments pretty convincing. Yeah. They need further testing. But I think heterochrony plays a big role there, and that's why you don't get Torosaurus and the upper Hell Creek Formation unless you get a super mature Triceratops, in which case you do get the beginnings of Fenestrae and the frills. It's one of those things that becomes less common as you move up section. But I don't know. I'll say this. There are specimens which exist which will shed a lot of light on the whole Triceratops Torosaurus thing. Some people just need to publish on them. There's some crazy specimens in Museum of the Rockies that really need to get published. So I'll just leave it at that. Yeah. And GW Shark Girl says, "Hi, Mini Pie. Our Black Cat Mini is looking at you." Really? Oh, well. Mini Pie. You've an admirer, a fellow feline admirer. There we go. Ken says, every time there's evidence that Torosaurus doesn't equal Triceratops, there's another excuse. I mean, it's a complicated thing. We're dealing with like 4 million years of evolution. At a certain point, it's like... it's really frustrating to talk about until some of these specimens get published, you know? There are smoking guns out there. They just need to get published. And it's extremely frustrating that some people are just sitting on these things, you know? But yeah. And Lil Oil Twitch says, do you know the game The Isle? I've heard of it, yeah. I've never played it. I'm not really much of a video game person, to be honest. But yeah. I'm messing with you. Sertish needs to get on Tiny. There you go, Ken, yeah. If the ontogeny crew is correct about things, then Tiny the Torosaurus should be from very low in section. From like the lower Hell Creek, or even equivalent to even lower than that. Maybe equivalent to like the Fox Hills Formation. That's our testable hypothesis there. If it does turn out to be high in section, that is definitely a problem for the Torosaurus is Triceratops idea. So, I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, some of these things do need to get published for sure. And let's see, somebody had a question. Andrew Memorex wanted to know, is there any way paleontologists can prove they're 100% accurate with their theories like with scientists? I don't know what you mean, Andrew Memorex. So, worded in a way that's a little bit confusing to me. So paleontology is a scientific discipline. We're doing science, we're testing hypotheses. So paleontologists are scientists. But in science, we tend to shy away from declarations of, like, absolute truth sometimes. To a certain extent. I don't know. If we're talking about, like, philosophical truth. Science is about falsification. If I have an idea that, like, well, let's say Torosaurus is a fully mature Triceratops, that the frill fenestrates late in ontogeny. In order for it to be a scientific idea, it has to be testable. You have to find a way of actually trying to disprove it. It's very, very difficult to ever prove something like that with absolute certainty, especially with incomplete evidence. So what you do is you try your hardest to disprove it, and if you can't, if you're not able to disprove it, then maybe it's true. It's what we call provisionally true in science. And most of science is like that, you know? We accumulated as much information as we can, we test our ideas as best we can, but we try and shy away from super confident statements about whether or not something is definitely the case. Because a new piece of evidence might pop up the next day that might contradict it. That's why science is always changing. We're always learning more, but the more we learn, the more we realize we don't know as well. So our knowledge is growing, but as our knowledge expands, the perimeter of our ignorance also expands. So we're still accumulating knowledge, like growing our ability to understand the world, but then there's still mysteries all the way around. And the larger it expands, the bigger those mysteries get, too. We're able to ask newer and more profound questions about the way that nature works. Does that make sense? Yeah. But yeah. And as far as we can tell, it seems to be this way. There you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. And hey, Lordy, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Mini Pie, I'll get you some treats in a minute. But yeah. Jim says KT boundary forms Great Reference Horizon in the Denver Basin. I've heard other people say the opposite, though. And I don't know. I've been in the Hell Creek with stratigraphers who are like, oh yeah, there's the KPG right there. And then it turns out they got it completely wrong. Like, even in Montana, it could be really difficult to spot sometimes. So I don't know. You can have unconformities sneaking in there too. So I don't know. I don't really have a horse in that particular fight. I hear contradictory things from different researchers about that, and I don't know. I haven't worked on it myself. Yeah. But yeah. And Mish Misha says, "Who is this baby? This is Mini Pie right here. Here, let's get some treats for Mini Pie, shall we?" Yeah. Ooh. There you go. Yeah. Don't knock those off the desk. I'm gonna mess you. There you go. Yeah, good stuff. And Macy Pa says, I like that. It encourages us to keep asking questions and wondering instead of accepting established and possibly misinformed truths. Absolutely. That's one of the things that sets science apart from other ways of knowing, is that science is about testing ideas, about never accepting anything on the basis of orthodoxy or you know, authority. Question everything. But that's it? That's all you're gonna eat? Okay. She's still got 2 treats left. Anywho, maybe Sweetie Pie will make another appearance and eat the rest of the treats that Mini Pie left. Unless you want the rest of these, Mini. Hey. She's on one today. Anywho. But yeah. Anywho, and Jim says more pictures. Did you text me some more, Jim? Huh. No. Huh. And Andrew Memorex says, is that a Mexican flag in the background? It is indeed. Our new dinosaur, Coahuilasaurus, is from Mexico. Here it is, number 15 here on the charts. That's from here in Mexico. I guess like central Mexico. I was saying northern Mexico. That seems to be totally wrong. Apologies for that. Yeah. There we go. So in the Sierra Madre Oriental, there's the Paras Basin. We've got 2 specimens here, apparently. Holotype of Coahuilasaurus, our new dinosaur, and a referred specimen. Right there. Nice. In the Cerro de Pueblo formation. So that's... I'm translating this, but Hill of the Town formation. And it looks like it's kind of smack dab right in the middle of that formation right there. So, kind of late in the Campanian. This would be just a little bit, maybe a little bit older. What was Ethan saying as I was texting with him about this? Our duckbill dinosaur that we were digging up in Wyoming is just a little bit younger than this guy, I think. Yeah. Oh no, so ours in the almond formation might be a little bit older. Sorry, misspoke there. We need more precise dating on some of this stuff to really make sense of it. But yeah. Anyhow. And we've got a lovely strat section right here in the Cerro de Pueblo formation. This is here, I guess, within a sandstone. About, I don't know, 17 meters above the base of the formation here. Nice that they actually have a section here. So the reason why this is important is that if somebody else is doing fieldwork nearby, maybe a few miles away or something, and then they find a similar animal, you want to be able to make sure that you're controlling for the variable of time here. If you find a dinosaur that looks pretty similar but a little bit different, you want to make sure that you're like looking in the same horizon. If it's from the same exact horizon right there and it looks different, then you could say, okay, these are two species that lived at the same time. If they turn out to be different species. You've got two different morphotypes at least. But if you find it somewhere else, like if you can cross-reference the different beds and then be able to say, hey, you know, this critter is older or younger than Coahuilasaurus, then it gives you really important information. It could be an ancestor or a descendant of Coahuilasaurus, potentially. You can't say that it is or it isn't. Unless and until you figure out the stratigraphy. That's why it's really important to have a section like this in a paper. You know, a strat section, looking at the stratigraphy. And documenting exactly when in the rock layers this critter came from. You know? And Jim says the Cerro de Pueblo formation is very well dated by me and Dave Eberth. Yeah, no, I was talking about the almond. We need better dates on the almond. I was talking about this with Ethan last night via text. I think there were a couple of, was it ammonite dates that were mentioned in here? Let's look at the strap. Let's see here. Genetic analysis, results. Anyway, and it's close to the almond in age. Yeah. Ethan was saying the almond might be a little bit older, as much as maybe even close to 1 million years older. But again, we need better dates on the almond to really figure that out. Yeah. Anywho. And Goraka Bulka says, almost every time when I get here, there's a different dinosaur skull on the wall. Where do you get them all from? There should be a new one every time. These are 3D printed. So this is a skull of Tethys hadros from Italy. And this one is just basically a sculpt, so it's not super high detailed or anything. It's not an actual scan of real fossils. But it gives you a close approximation of like what the animal skull would look like. Based on some really beautiful material from Italy. And this is why I have replicas rather than the real thing. Because the real thing, it belongs in a museum. Yeah, absolutely belongs in a museum. But it's wonderful that I can have these for reference and for teaching purposes here in my office. I've got a 3D printer that right now is on the fritz. Later this week, I should be getting a replacement part. The thermistor wore out, so it's giving me thermal anomaly errors. But once I get that replaced, we'll get that running and we'll continue printing a Majungasaurus skull that I'm pretty excited about. Anywho, yeah. Let's get back to the paper here, and let's look at... This is pretty cool. If we're talking about the Cerro de Pueblo Formation, trying to understand what this ancient ecosystem was like, gotta know what critters were living in. And here, there's a number of different dinosaurs that have already been named. Laterinus, Tolotolophus, Velafrons, and now Coahuilasaurus are 4 hadrosaurs, duckbill dinosaurs. Tolotolophus is, we may have talked about that right when it came out. But this is a lambeosaur. It's got this lovely crest on the back of its head. I think it might be a Parasaurolophine? So related to Parasaurolophus? But, some really nice reconstructions of this critter. This is from the same time and the same place. You also have Velafrons, the same time and place as well. Which is like a lambeosaurine. Kind of reminds me of Hypacrosaurus, the shape of that crest. Yeah, also from the Cerro de Pueblo Formation. And then we've got an indeterminate Ankylosaurus. We know there's a big armored dinosaur walking around there too. So a critter may be kind of similar to this. I don't know if it's an Ankylosaurid or a Nodosaurid or what, but it's not been described yet, or at least not named. Oh no, it is an Ankylosaurid. Okay. We've got a Nodosaurid as well, probably similar to like Denversaurus or something like that, perhaps. Kind of like this in that same environment. We've got 2 different ceratopsids. A Centrosaurine, and then something that we can't determine the like subfamily of. We've got a Thescelosaur, we've got a Tyrannosaur, an Ornithomimid, we've got Parazinosaurus, which is a Dinocheirid. It's critter 2 from that same formation. So big ol' Ornithomimid like this. Similar to Dinocheiris from Mongolia. I think it might be the first Dinocheirid from all of North America, which is pretty exciting. And we've got a Caenignathed Oviraptorosaur. We've got 2 different kinds of Dromaeosaur in there. And we've got potentially 2 different kinds of Troodontid as well. What's going to be cool is, over the years, seeing more of these critters get named, because I bet you some of these are being worked on right now. And they might be published within the next few years. So kind of seeing a lot of these turn over from, oh, indeterminate Tyrannosaur to, wow, there's our new Tyrannosaur named from the Cerro de Pueblo. That's going to be pretty cool to see. And Jim says, that is the story. I tend to think adult Hippodraco, which is smaller than we show. Interesting. Yeah. Oh, for how big that critter is? Okay. Yeah. Anywho. Pretty neat. Alright, so they rate a phylogenetic analysis here, which is... it's one of those things you usually do in a descriptive paper for dinosaurs. It's probably really rare not to do this, actually. A lot of journals would probably not accept your paper unless you run a phylogenetic analysis. And so what this is... well, here, I can show you a clip. I know we've looked at this recently, but I will show it again. Cladistics. Here we go. Here's like a kind of an oversimplification of how it works.
The method is called cladistics, a systematic approach to sorting out relationships based on shared characteristics.
So this is, again, super simplified example, but think of this as at like a finer scale to figure out how different duckbill dinosaurs here, for example, are related to each other. Same method.
These animals are more closely related to each other than any of them are to the dragonfly because they all have backbones, and the dragonfly does not.
So that's an important character,
These 3 are
having
more
a backbone.
closely related to each other than to the fish because they all have 4 bony limbs.
Yep.
And these 2 are closer still because only they have feathers.
So feather is also an important character.
Plotted on a branching diagram called a cladogram.
Yep.
Most of the features that you have are inherited from very distant ancestors, and only a few features.
Semikin, thank you for the 12 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Dinos 3 less than 3 less than 3 less than 3 less than
Appreciate the ongoing support. Thanks for keeping me here on the air for the past 12 months.
Are really unique to you. And if we wanted to find you plus your descendants, we'd have to use those unique features that arose just with you and are carried on by your descendants, and not the features that you inherited from very distant ancestors. You wouldn't want to say you're related to an ape because both of us have 5 fingers, because, gee, so does a lizard, so does a turtle. All right? You'd want to say that we're related to the great apes because we both lack tails, and we're big.
To find the closest relative of birds, Gautier programs his computer with hundreds of characters that, in his judgment, are found in modern birds, Archaeopteryx, dinosaurs, and various reptiles.
So this is the same thing that they're doing here in this Hadrosaur paper when they make a phylogeny like this, is they take a bunch of different characteristics, and then you assign those numbers to those, and then put it into the computer, and then it spits out a cladogram, a family tree there. Grossly oversimplifying here, but I'm trying to make this like as simple as possible.
The computer then sorts through all the evidence supplied by Gautier to determine who's most closely related to whom.
And there it is.
The computer says that Archaeopteryx's closest relative was Deinonychus.
Yep. That's a super simple explanation of cladistics right there. And so we're going to have a cladogram, Jim says, toward the end of the paper here. Let's see. There we go. Lovely. What's nice about this is it also incorporates time into it on our y-axis up here. Anywho, you've got a whole bunch of different duckbill dinosaurs in here. And our new guy, Coahuilasaurus, comes out. Its sister taxon to the clade that includes Rhinorex and Gripposaurus monumentensis, which is interesting. That you've got Gripposaurus notabilis over here, Gripposaurus monumentensis over here, but in between them you've got Rhinorex. I think we were talking about this summer, Jim. That they maybe shouldn't have named Rhinorex as a new genus. It's very Gripposaurus-like. But they did. Anyway. Yeah. And then you've got some details on kind of how they program things in here. Tree length 1448, consistency index 0. Huh. So the idea is, probably in their supplementary information here, in the sup info as we call it, they'll have a bunch of these characters all coded, so that other people, if they want to run this analysis themselves, if other researchers want to test this, they can run the analysis independently. And they can add or subtract different animals to see if that changes the topology of the tree. Because sometimes you've got something you throw in there and it just kind of messes everything up. Karen Poole was talking about this when we were interviewing her. Let's see if I can find that section where she's talking about rogue taxa. Yeah. I think maybe that's another important point to make, because I get this question a lot, like, who determines whether something's a new species, or like if a taxon gets sunk or whatever? There we go. Like, you know, where do you hold the vote for this kind of thing? I think people think that it's kind of like in astronomy, like with that group of astronomers that voted on whether or not to consider Pluto. We'll get to Sabinosaurus, Jim. Thank you. Like, what's the equivalent thing in paleontology? And the answer is, we don't have one.
Yeah, I mean, there are rules about naming a species. So you have to sort of follow the rules set out by this body called the International Code of Zoological Nomenclature. The ICZN. There it is right here. Yeah. And there's a separate one like for botany. There's the code book. And all that stuff. Right there. And, you know, but these are sort of very basic guidelines. Like, like you can't name something that, you know, you can't use a name that already exists, right? And, you know, and there's... Can't name something after yourself. Yeah, you don't name it all the time. Yeah. And so there's these sort of specifications about how you do it, but basically as long as you follow those rules, you can just name something. And you have to have like a diagnosis, right? You have to list out what's unique about this as compared to other things.
Let's check the beetles. Yeah, there you go, Lydia.
I can look at that list and say, I don't think that's actually that unique. Yeah. And so there can be some argument about it. And, you know, to sync a taxon, basically you just, all you would have to really do is publish a paper that says, like, I don't think that's a valid taxon, and here's why. Like, you need to make your argument. And then it's sort of up to the scientific community as a whole to just, whether they accept that or not. There's no one takes a vote. You know, it's just, and some taxon names are valid taxon names that exist out there somewhere that no one has ever actually sunk, but nobody uses them. Yep. Yeah, and they just sort of like drift away.
They fade into obscurity.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
That's the major, I guess, measure of like whether or not your work is good is like, do other people use it? You know? Yeah. Do other researchers find it useful in the field? And yeah. I should say in the discipline, because like we've got this problem in paleontology where we've got fieldwork too.
Oh yeah, so saying the field is
within the discipline of paleontology, within this scientific endeavor that we have. Yeah. But oh, good question from Salamander here. When pursuing your master's, is there a limited number of PhDs available at a time? Are you heard? And I thought she was going to talk about phylogeny here. Here we go. Yeah, I saw the word matrix in there. When we're talking about cladistics, Karen does a really good job explaining this.
And a little further south within Africa, but you know, that data, that is pointing to that being the relationship.
Uh-huh.
So anyway, so Kathy basically brought me on and said, okay, we're going to describe this thing. You're working on iguanodontian phylogeny. You need to figure out how to put these juvenile specimens into a tree. So that became a chapter in my dissertation. Is like, how do we do that?
Uh-huh.
And so, like I said, I was using a technique that other people had used before, but I just really drew it out. And what I did was, if you all are familiar with the concept of a phylogenetic bracket.
We do talk about the EPB a fair bit on this channel.
Yeah. EPB, extant phylogenetic bracket right there. You know, if we've got something that we want to know about dinosaurs that the fossil record is real cagey about, then in order to organize our thoughts about it and figure out what's the most likely outcome, we can look at what's known about birds and crocodiles, they kind of bracket the dinosaurs. You know, they're dinosaurs' closest living relatives. Crocodiles are like cousins to the dinosaurs. Birds are living dinosaurs. And so we can use them to kind of help organize our thoughts. Like, did dinosaurs see in color? Or, you know, did dinosaurs sneeze? I don't know. Well, shoot, sneezes don't really fossilize. But we can look at modern relatives of dinosaurs, birds and crocodiles, and if they both sneeze, we've got every reason to think that dinosaurs would have sneezed as well. Anyway, I hope that makes sense.
Channel, yeah.
Yeah, and so here it's not an EPB, right? Because I don't have any extant animals.
Well, it still is. It's an extinct phylogenetic bracket.
Yeah, oh, that's true. There we go. There we go. So I've just got a different E. But so in this case, basically what I'm looking at is, you know, here's sort of my target area with Ayuku. I've got all these different things branching out, right? And so I'm kind of trying to look on either side of it evolutionarily, like, you know, testing out different lineages within this group and looking across that, and also in all those adult and juvenile pairs. Then I looked across all of those and I said, okay, any character that changes between one of those juvenile adult pairs, that's an ontogenetically sensitive character. I'm coding that as a question mark in Ayuku.
Nice.
And so it was both a way of determining which characters I needed to be careful with, and also then a way of testing in the end, like whether this whole thing could work or not.
That's really cool.
Yeah,
because so often phylogenies just get really messed up because people are just coding juvenile animals in, and they come out super primitive. And,
and it's hard to know sometimes, like when you've got this sort, and I made a distinction here because a lot of specimens that we have in paleontology are not like what we would say full adults.
Yeah.
They're probably like sort of in
especially
this,
with dinosaurs.
Yeah, they're probably in
Not
this realm that we call
mature.
subadults. So they're like, I don't know, I guess think like teenagers. Like they've got most of their adult features, but they're maybe not
Dr.
quite,
Irrefutable, I will open that. Thank you.
And so I was really looking at like juvenile. I'm like, these are babies, all right. And so I wasn't really distinguishing like subadult versus adult, and there you could even get into some deeper weeds doing that. But I was just like, all right, babies over here, and then like everything else.
Right. Yeah.
There's a link to that right there with the timestamp. If you want to watch the rest of our conversation there from that point on. Before I forget, I'm going to open up a package here sent to me by Dr. Irrefutable, and then we'll go back to Coahuilasaurus and continue moving through the paper there. But, yeah, Jim says, bottom line, cladistics is a tool. Yes. It is not, I don't know, gospel truth. It is not even like, it's a means to an end. It's not an end in itself. I guess that's important to understand. Yeah. Let's take a brief moment and open up this package here from Dr. Irrefutable, sent to the P.O. Box. I don't know what this is. We're gonna take a look. It's big and it's lightweight. I don't know what it is, but BBTS, Big Bad Toy Store. So presumably it's a kind of toy. Let's open it up. There. What could this be? Tape is being trickier than... There we go. JP93. What is this? Autobot? Interesting. It's like an articulating Tyrannosaurus from Jurassic Park, although it's a transformer, apparently. Well, interesting. I've never seen nor heard about this before. It's a Transformers toy. Well, thank you, Dr. Irrefutable. Holy cow, that's very thoughtful of you. I don't know if I've ever had a proper Transformer. Ever. You don't typically think of dinosaurs transforming unless it might be in ontogeny. But interesting stuff. The Tyrannosaurus and the Explorer are both Transformers. Well, well, well. Huh. Pretty neat. Shoot. That's cool. No, I never really had Transformers as a kid or anything. Tyrannocon Rex is loose. Interesting. Pretty cool. And look, official Ford licensed product. That's funny. We were talking about that earlier. in the chat when we were playing our cold open video. Very interesting. Yeah. Here, I'm not gonna try and figure this out live on stream right now because we've got our new dinosaur to discuss, and I really don't want to embarrass myself not knowing how these things work, having not really ever had a Transformer. But Game Over says you can't open it. Why not? Hope you get a kick out of it. I appreciate that, Dr. Irrefutable. Thank you. Very generous of you. Totally unprompted. Thanks for sending that. Are you like a big Transformers fan going way back? I had no idea this sort of thing existed. Thank you for sending it. We'll be trying to figure this out later. But very cool. It's a pretty well rendered Tyrannosaurus. It's interesting, like trying to take an organic shape like that, and having it like transform into a robot with all kinds of hard edges. I'm presuming it's got to be an interesting design challenge, and I'm curious to know how they figured that out. But yeah, one of those yourself. Very cool, Dr. Irrefutable. Well, thank you. It does take some real creativity. Pretty neat. Well, thank you, Dr. Irrefutable. I appreciate your generosity and your thoughtfulness. Thank you. Pretty neat. Not the best stealth to transform into a T-Rex, says Caterpillar. No, it depends. If you're trying to blend into, Hell Creek fauna 67 million years ago, it might be the perfect disguise. But yeah. Pretty neat. Thank you, Dr. Irrefutable. I appreciate it. Let's get back to our phylogeny here for Coahuilasaurus. Pretty cool. I know Jim was saying that the Sabinosaurus, which has not yet been named, is lurking here in the cladogram as a Saurolophine. Yeah, the Sabinus Saurolophine right here, which has not yet been published, but rumor has it it's going to be called Sabinosaurus. There we go. Pretty neat. The skull here is reconstructed to look very much like Gryposaurus. In fact, it looks like it's based directly upon Gryposaurus. But it might be a Saurolophine instead. So Saurolophus is the namesake for the Saurolophine group. This dinosaur right here. There's a skeleton of it. Known from Canada and from Mongolia, if memory serves. Pretty cool critter. So another member of this group. Oh, like Augustinilophus. Augustinilophus is our state dinosaur here in California. It really should have been Aletopelta, but whatever. Augustinilophus is our state dinosaur here. And that's cool. This is a member of the same group as the Sabinus Saurolophine.
Hey, can I just get this living dinosaur?
And Mare Monster, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah. And, oh, Dr. Irrefutable says, I'm glad I gave you something you didn't even know existed. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah. Very surprised. Thank you again. The Raven.
70-million-year-old dinosaur egg, and they're perfectly preserved. Cool.
Oh no.
It belongs in a museum.
Thank you for the 20 months of support, The Raven.
Belongs in a museum.
I appreciate your keeping me here on the air. 20 months is a long time. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And Mare Monster says, my family is from California. I had no idea we had a state dinosaur. I'm from California, too. That's where I'm broadcasting to you from right now. The beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. And yes, indeed, we do have a state dinosaur, Augustinilophus. Here, we can do a detour here and talk about that. There we go. Yeah.
They live near California's ancient coastline. So why are they the official state dinosaur of California?
I mean, there's only one specimen ever been found.
In the Golden State and hung out by the beach nearly 66 million years ago.
So,
like other duck-billed dinosaurs,
I think we actually saw this in person when I did a live stream from the Los Angeles Museum of Natural History back in 2022, I think it was. No, 2021. Yes, we saw this in person. Pretty sure.
Or hadrosaurs. Augustinilophus had jaws filled with hundreds of stacked teeth that formed a complex grinding surface for processing plants. Yep. Augustinilophus was officially declared the state dinosaur of California in 2017. I'm Erica Durazo, Senior Paleontological Preparator, and I invite you to discover more at the Dino Hall at the Natural History Museum of Los Angeles County.
Pretty cool. Yeah. Here's a link to that video right there. Anywho, the Sabina Saurolophine hadrosaur is a relative of Augustinilophus, and Augustinilophus might even be on the same tree there. Let's take a look. Saurolophini, yeah, Sabinus Saurolophine, Prosaurolophus, and there's Augustinilophus. There we go. At the very, very end of the Cretaceous. Yeah, it's a member of the same clade, Saurolophini, but they're not sister taxa, according to this. Interesting. And Mr. Tothu says, does every state have their own state dinosaur? No. I think it's fewer than half of U.S. states have a state dinosaur. Here we go. So, Arizona, Arkansas, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, D.C., Idaho, Massachusetts, Maryland, Missouri, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Texas, Utah, Washington, and Wyoming all have state dinosaurs of varying levels of validity. Yeah, and some states have both a state dinosaur and a state fossil, which happens to be a different kind of dinosaur from their state dinosaur. Utah is like that, where their state dinosaur is Utahraptor, and their official state fossil is Allosaurus. Yeah, some states have the same dinosaur as both their state dinosaur and their state fossil. I believe Colorado is like that. Yeah. And Hadrosaurus is New Jersey's state fossil. It is indeed, Dr. Karen, yeah. Yeah. Cool stuff. Linnaeus is Connecticut did Arizona dirty. They did. The state dinosaur of Connecticut is Dilophosaurus, despite the fact that Dilophosaurus is from Arizona. There are footprints of a Dilophosaurus-like dinosaur from Connecticut, but rather than making that footprint tax on their official state dinosaur, instead they just took Dilophosaurus. Frustrating for the people of Arizona, you know? Anywho, yeah. And Plane Shifter says, how did they decide the state dinosaur of California? It was, I think, a class of fourth graders who decided that, right? Here. Let's see. Here, take a look at this.
So I'm going to write something down. I'm going to see if you guys can pronounce it, okay? All right?
This isn't your typical second grade lesson.
All right, you see the name up there? What is it?
Never mind. It's actually hard. Maurice.
Can you say August? August. Inolphus? Inolphus. Morrissey. Morrissey. So you put it all together, it's Augustinolphus Morrissey.
Or Augustinolphus. Tomato, potato.
Subjecting this group of Tahoe Elementary School students to a lesson in scientific pronunciation.
Augustinolphus.
Okay, very good.
That might be the only time I say it so smoothly.
It's actually all because of this man, Assemblyman Richard Bloom from Southern California.
There's a state folk dance.
He took some ribbing because of this.
We're proud to have it as...
It really fits.
And Jodapalx, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Folk dance.
He took some ribbing because of this.
We're proud to have it as the only dinosaur that is native only to California.
That's right, a dinosaur. What Bloom wants to be the next state symbol would be the state dinosaur.
It's a duck-billed dinosaur. It's a leaf eater. It was in California about 70 million years ago.
The Augustinolphus
I think more recently than that. It's closer to 66 million.
Not in my entire life.
Augustinophilus Morrissey.
Very good.
Almost.
His friends call him Augie.
That's Greg Lucas, the state librarian.
I know, and I'm honored to be the California state fossil.
Lucas is keeper, so to speak, of all the
state fossil is Smilodon.
I mean, we have fossils,
Saber-toothed
we have
cat.
an official state tree, an official motto, marine fish,
yeah,
fresh
like Garibaldi.
fish, silver gold rush town, gold rush town.
And he should know them. Before he was librarian, Lucas was a reporter too.
When I worked for the San Francisco Chronicle, one of the bills we had to cover was the bill that created the saber-toothed cat as the official state fossil. And it was carried by a gentleman named Ralph Dills, who had come to the Assembly in 1936. And by the time he carried this bill, he was about 80 years of age and change. And so it was every time he'd bring up the bill, like there'd be all this snickering in the audience about, oh, is he making himself the official state fossil?
And the Augustinolphus, we'll start calling him Augie like Lucas does, would be added to that list.
I mean, what's interesting about the Augie, the dinosaur, is that the only bones of it have been found in California.
It's a duck-billed dinosaur that's a plant-eating dinosaur.
Luis Chiappe there.
That lived about 66 million years ago.
Luis Chiappe knows all about Augie the dinosaur. He's the director of the Dinosaur Institute at the Natural History Museum in Los Angeles.
There are only 2 specimens that are known of this dinosaur.
I thought there was one.
One was found in Fresno County, and the other in San Benito County.
I stand
Augie
corrected.
made its way through the assembly committees.
I'm happy to say it passed unanimously, not without a little bit of ribbing, but it did pass unanimously.
No pun intended with the ribbing.
No pun intended.
AB 1540 will establish the Augustinolophus morrissey as the official state dinosaur of California.
And the floor.
Ayes 49, no 0. The measure passes.
And is moved to the Senate. If the bill passes there, it's up to the governor to validate Augie as the state dinosaur.
Oh, sure. Go ahead and try pronouncing the name.
And while the kids at Tahoe Elementary know a lot about
So I guess maybe it wasn't
What was your favorite dinosaur, the whole thing?
a fourth grade class.
T-Rex. Stegosaurus has spikes on its back so it can cool it or warm its body. The Triceratops was because it has 3 horns and it could like protect itself while like if it was eating food and then a dinosaur like a T-Rex would try and attack it, it could use its horns to protect itself.
They didn't really know Augie until we showed them. Now
Yeah.
they're all about
Hardly
our
anybody did.
possible state dinosaur. And at the end of the day, that's really the point of the whole exercise.
Well, the real purpose behind this bill is to excite the imagination of young people around science and STEM education.
And if the kids at Tahoe were any indication, if Augie becomes a state dinosaur,
Who thinks that should be the state dinosaur? Wow, a lot of you.
he'll get a warm welcome.
Pretty cool. Anyway, it did indeed happen. So we got Augustinolophus as our official state dinosaur now for the state of California. We talked, right when it happened, we talked about Idaho's state dinosaur, Eryctodromeus, and friend of the channel, LJ Krumenacker, was helping lead the charge there, along with a group of 4th graders from elementary school there in Idaho. So yeah, now Idaho has an official state dinosaur as well. Anywho, good stuff. But yeah, Augustinolophus is a Saurolophine hadrosaur. There's different groups of duckbill dinosaurs. So, like Karen Poole was saying earlier in our interview, you know, evolution happens with different branching events. Like you get species that split into 2 species, and then you get more and more splits, and then you can get these huge groups that evolve, you know, because you've got all this branching going on. So Saurolophines are one, like, subfamily of hadrosaurs. So they form a clade, like an evolutionary group. And they're right there. So that's critters like Saurolophus, Prosaurolophus, Augustinolophus. These are all the Saurolophines. And you get the Brachylophosaurians as well, related to Brachylophosaurus. The Cretasaurians, like our new dinosaur, Coahuilasaurus, is a Cretasaurian. And the Ostrocritasauria, I guess these are the southern critosaurs? Cacernosaurus, Calumphosaura, Hualasaurus, Bonapartosaurus. Interesting. It's good that I'm learning some of this stuff, because I might be potentially working on some duckbill dinosaurs in the nearish future. And I'm not super familiar with the phylogeny of this clade yet, so it's cool that we're talking about that right now. And I like how this is color-coded as well. So, like, dark blue is northern Laramidia, light blue is southern Laramidia. The red ones right here are Asia, and then South American ones are in yellow. Interesting that this whole clade is South American. Makes a lot of sense, but yeah. An adaptive radiation, there you go, Dr. Hubbs. Bingo. Yeah. Pretty cool. And Craigery says it's a well-done diagram. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Sometimes you gotta turn your head to read something like this. The name's going straight up and down. But yeah, it's cool stuff. And I love that you've got time here, too. It's managed to portray a lot of information, but not be too complicated looking at the same time. It's good stuff. So anyway, with their phylogenetic analyses, generating these family trees, they say both analyses recover 3 major subclades. I guess that's within Critosaurinae. Oh, we didn't even talk about the Edmontosaurs. Edmontosaurini. Like Edmontosaurus and Shantungosaurus. Anyhow. The choice of weighting scheme in the phylogeny is debated. Although some have argued that implied weighting can recover incorrect trees, other analyses suggest it tends to increase accuracy over equal weights parsimony. And in particular, trees tend to converge toward topology produced by implied weighting with subsequent revisions in new data. Interesting stuff. I like that they're actually talking about some of the nuts and bolts of this, because sometimes don't get that. Sometimes it's just, here's the phylogeny, and I like that. Discussion here. I guess while this critter was previously referred to Cretasaurus, was that your paper back in the early 2000s, Jim? That thought that critter was, it was implied that critter was Cretasaurus? Instead, Cretasaurus navajovius, Cretasaurus anasazisaurus horneri, and Nashoibitosaurus ostromi form a distinct clade within Cretasaurinae. Huh. It was not us. Okay, thanks, Jim. And X-Man says, interesting that most of the clades are fairly linear through time. I suspect many of them might be even more linear than that, but that's a discussion for another time. Anagenesis. Yeah. Despite the similarities of Coahuilasaurus, our new dinosaur, to various species of Griposaurus, the remarkably specialized morphology of the rostrum, so the beak, with a unique downward projection of the palate, so like the, you know, like the bony palate, the roof of the mouth, projects downward in this critter. The hypertrophied palatal denticles, so we've got big pronounced, I guess, ridges or protuberances, denticles. Those are like projections on the palate, I guess. And the modified shape of the nares, so weird shape to the nose, justify recognition of a distinct genus. They're able to determine all of that from just this specimen right here. From the upper and lower... right there. Excuse me. This is why you always want a skull when you find a new dinosaur. The skull is going to have the most... diagnostic information. So, like, you're going to have a bunch of different features of a skull, more so than any other part of the body, for a dinosaur that are going to tell you this thing is new. So it's a good thing that they've got part of the skull for this. If they were naming it based on post-crania, it would be a lot more iffy. But with a skull, you can get a lot of really good information out of it. Jim thinks they're feeding really differently. Yeah, you were talking about that on the phone with me. Yeah, these guys would have been some serious herbivores. It's cool to think about. You know, that beak being used to crop plant material. Like, what would that be like? Just watching this animal feed. Just imagine demolishing some early flowering plants or some conifers or something like that. Yeah. Pretty cool. And so if these are good characters, which sounds like they are, I don't really work on hadrosaurs, at least not yet, but if these distinct features of the skull really are distinct, like if they actually are something that show that this is a different species, then it's cool to imagine how much differently they would have fed than other duckbill dinosaurs. You get all these specializations in the jaw morphology and the shape of the beak and like different attack angles and stuff like that for different parts of the skull. It's cool to think about how that would translate into different feeding strategies, different diets, different ways of processing this plant material. In the same way that you get different shaped beaks of like Galapagos finches, you know, for different purposes, evolved for different ways of life, for eating different things. you get specializations in the beaks of hadrosaurs as well. We can't just observe what they're eating in the same way that we can do for Galapagos fishes and go, oh, well, the one that looks like a grosbeak, that's eating large seeds. You know, number 4 there, that's for eating little seeds or picking between cactus spines or something. I don't know. We can't directly observe the behavior of these extinct dinosaurs. But we can use this as an analogy and go, well, they're probably doing different things ecologically. Maybe they're living in a different part of the environment. Maybe they're specializing in different plants. Anyway, it's cool to think about. And look at the pics in the text of the Premax. Yeah, Jim, let's do that. There we go. May have passed it. Let's go back. So the premaxilla is like these guys like the upper beak bone. We've got the maxilla there with the tooth row. Left and right dentaries. Okay. Lower jaw and anterior view. There we go. Oh, weird. What is up with that? So I guess this is what they're referring to as denticles here. You just get these weird bumps and ridges on the underside of the premax. So this is like looking up at the beak on the inside. So for reference, we can use our Tethys hadros as an example. It would be like up inside here, up in this part, you're getting these weird denticles up there. Bizarre. That's so cool. Yeah. Pretty neat. What are they doing with that? You know? Are those attachment points for a big keratinous sheath? As in other hadrosaurids, the premaxillae form an edentulous beak, so toothless beak there, as you would expect. But unlike all of the other hadrosaurs, they've got those weird denticles. Yeah, I'm trying to find a description of that in the text. But, yeah, really weird. Bizarre. Jim says there's nothing else like it. That is weird. And, like, that alone, I can see why you're so convinced that it's a new taxon. Yeah. Wild. And beak to cut, teeth to grind? Basically, DM Wing, yeah. Yeah.
No other creature in the world looks like a half-plucked turkey and walks like a pot-bellied bear.
But original Old Dog does. Thank you for the 19 months. I appreciate your ongoing support. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Thanks for supporting the channel here and supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. I just can't get over that. That is wild. So bizarre looking. Super strange. Weird. Really weird. So there's a front view looking head on at the beak. Just like that. And it does kind of remind me almost in Tethys hadros. You've got these...
that dinosaurs really did not become extinct, that we have their descendants around with us today, and I think that's fantastic.
Yeah, what else is fantastic?
Stuff. Thank you, Danny.
Thank you, Executive Storm, for the 49 months of support there. For almost a whole year. Holy cow. Thank you, Executive Storm. I'm learning new stuff. That's what this is all about, you know? Shoot. Brand new dinosaur, just published yesterday. Pretty awesome. Yeah. There, let's take a brief detour. Let's look at... Let's count them up. All of the new dinosaur genera and species published so far in the year 2024. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 with Coletta Draco, 5, 6, 7, 8 with Comptonatus, 9, 10, 11 with Dorn Raptor, 12, 13, 14, 15 with Hyena Draco, 16, 17, 18, 19 with Jingjiela, 20, 21, 22, 23 with Mincaria, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29 with Tiamat, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. 36 new dinosaurs published in 2024 so far. And I think we are 36 weeks into 2024, aren't we? How many weeks are we into 2024? There we go. We're on week 36, September 2nd. So we have had, on average, 1 new dinosaur species published every single week this year. 2024 is shaping up to be a banner year for new dinosaur publications. New taxa published. Bear in mind, not every single one of those is going to be valid. There's a number of the ones published this year that I'm a little doubtful on, but, yeah. Anyway, I'm excited to be presenting on this at SVP this year, actually, at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. If anybody else is going to be going to SVP, make sure that you register in the next few days, because registration prices go up after September 5th. I was, well, thanks to Tom Holtz for retweeting this earlier. Where was that? Reminder to, where'd it go? There we go. Yeah. Reminder to register for the meeting. But anyway, I'm going to be presenting on this at SVP this year. Kind of the pace of dinosaur discovery, across different years, how many new dinosaur taxa have been published, and how many of those turn out to be valid, and what are the various things that kind of affect the pace of dinosaur discovery. Availability of research funds, and, you know, like, whether or not there are research programs in certain countries. The impact of COVID, you know, all of this stuff I'm trying to tease apart as best I can. And I'll be presenting on this at SVP this year. Anyway. And Axeman says, even if they don't all end up being new species in the long run, there's still new data points we didn't have before. Really cool. Exactly. And Thing from Somewhere says, what can you tell me about the dress code for SVP? Chat was saying it's pretty casual, but then the pictures you shared were much more formal. Yeah, it varies from day to day a bit. Like at the banquet at the end, I guess you're kind of supposed to wear something a little bit fancier. But, you know, like business casual would be just fine. I can show you footage of SVP's past. Here we go. Yeah. So this is from the end party. There's Jingmei O'Connor and Nate Carroll dancing there. Yeah. You know, just a collared shirt and khakis, you're not going to get in trouble for that. Certainly not. Some people wear, like, you know, a full-on suit. Like a business suit. Or even like a pantsuit or something. It really depends. Like, what's your style? People might wear a t-shirt. Some people do. It's, yeah, it depends. I wouldn't worry too much about the dress code. Wear whatever's comfortable that you think looks nice. That'd be my advice there, I think. Yeah. Jim says anything goes. Yeah, to a certain extent, I guess. Anyhow. One big dysfunctional family. There you go. It did irk me a little bit that in that New York Magazine piece about Melanie Doring and Brian De Palma, there was that line that like, oh, paleontology is mean and paleontologists are mean. It's like, that's... I don't know, there is a fair amount of dysfunction and there are some mean people, but, you know, not everybody is like that in our field, in our discipline. Yeah. But yeah. And thing says, thanks, came out as non-binary a couple years ago and I'm still figuring out my style. Yeah. Whatever makes you feel comfortable, you know? As long as you look presentable, I wouldn't worry about it. Yeah. Anywho. So yeah. And Jim says, well over the top for sure for that article. Yeah, a little bit. For sure. And Gal Rocks, who is that? Huh. And Merv says, what about dressing as a dinosaur? SVP will be over Halloween this year. Here we go. Annual meeting. From October 30th to November 2nd, so it's over Halloween. We probably will have some people dressing up, especially like at the after party, but I don't know if I will. I did, however, sign up for the field trip. I thought I might as well. I've never done an SVP pre-meeting field trip before. I'm gonna do it this year. So, gonna be touring some different fossil sites and museums in North Dakota, which is going to be really cool, and I'm very excited about that. I was able to snatch one of those spots before they were all gone. So I'm happy about that. Jim says people will be in costume for sure. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and I'm excited. That's funny that this pops up. I'm going to be bringing at least one of these, maybe two. Maybe a painted and an unpainted one for the SVP auction. I still have to contact the folks at Oxford and make sure that that's all kosher, that I can print a few more copies and donate them to the auction, but there's a fundraiser auction that goes on at SVP every year. And, yeah. I think these would fetch a, you know, pretty good sum. It's the original denary of Megalosaurus, which was published 200 years ago this very year, 1824. I know a lot of people would love to have this, and yeah, so that'll be one of my contributions to the auction. Am I going to bid on anything? I doubt it, Timmer's Crutch. I'm going to be flying carry-on only, so I'm not going to have a lot of space in my luggage. And I've already probably maxed out how much I can spend on SVP anyway with the pre-meeting field trip, so yeah. Also, I can 3D print things if I want to. You know, if I really want to have a particular fossil, as long as I can get hold of the files for it, I can just print it, you know? Oh, yeah. And Jim says, need to bring a signed Star Trek book. Oh, well, well. I happen to have one. Right here, Jim. I might ask you to... I might grab another copy and have you sign it for the auction. But, Chad, I remembered to have Jim sign this year in the field. This is his novel. This one's specially signed to me. So I can't auction this one off. But, yeah. Pretty cool. Check it out. If you want to read a Star Trek novel written by a paleontologist. Well, there you go. Any trekkers here in the chat? I bet you there are some. Anyway, good stuff. Ricadactylus says, James Kirkland writing about James Kirk. Fitting. I know, right? Let's see what it's going for on thrift books nowadays. And maybe I'll actually scoop up a copy before... Kirkland First Frontier. There we go. Oop. Yeah. Nice. Condition good. I'd maybe want to get one better than good. But here's a link. Somebody can scoop that up if they want. And I brought $75 last auction? Nice, Jim. I'll keep an eye on this, and I'll see if I can snag myself another copy in very good or like new condition and have you sign it for the auction. Because I think it'd be excellent. Oh, and very cool, Dr. Hubs. I didn't know that. Neat. Anywho. I'm gonna check now and see if we've got any mention of Coahuilasaurus in the news yet. Yeah, not yet. Interesting. Here it is in Species New to Science, which is a blog that posts about new critters. Good stuff. Give you a link to that, chat. Oh, and then sell it for $75. Yeah, Patrick Crusader, but I don't get the money for that. The money goes to SVP, to the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. That's the whole idea, you know? Trying to make money for our society at large, to help fund meetings, to make them less expensive, to help pay for scholarships for young researchers, for people in developing nations, that kind of thing. That's what it's all about, you know? Yeah. Anyway. So sometimes before something shows up on Google News, you can actually spot it in Google Image Search first. We've had a number of people already do their own reconstructions, like on DeviantArt, of Coahuilasaurus, which is really cool to see. I love when people get excited. Yeah, there we go. Old-fashioned traditional media here. It's colored pencil and paper. Pretty cool. I think this is my favorite reconstruction of it so far, though. Yeah, favorite full-body reconstruction. I like this one. Very thick neck, though. I do kind of wonder about that. Huh. Anyway, over the next few days, this will make the news. Maybe the journal was just a little bit slow in putting out press releases, or maybe it's Labor Day weekend. I don't know what the deal is, but oftentimes when the paper actually gets published, you'll have a press release that goes out, and then, you know, different news websites get a hold of it and write up a little piece, and that hasn't happened yet with this guy. There's been a bit of a delay. Which means that it will make the news pretty soon, and then we'll have a bunch of people flooding into the chat over the next couple weeks asking, oh, Danny, did you hear about this new duckbill dinosaur from Mexico with the weird beak? And, yeah, well, we already talked about it today. And Nick is in the field in Mexico. Oh, interesting, Jim. Okay. Shoot, so it may have been published before he even realized it was going to be. Oh, boy. Interesting. Sometimes the journal has like a press office that's supposed to take care of all the press stuff. Or sometimes your university is supposed to do that. But sometimes the journals just publish something without even letting you know that it's been published. And sometimes the actual researchers themselves don't have access to the journal. I had that happen on multiple occasions. I've got a list of papers I need to download tomorrow when I'm in Berkeley at the university library there. It's like things that have my name on them that I don't even have proper PDFs of. So I'm going to be snagging some of those, plus that new Spinosaur paper and a few other things. And then we've got another new dinosaur to discuss as well. Some press for that did just come out. Here. I think it's in here. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Zhenjiangsaurus from China. I emailed the authors about this when I first heard about it. I said, hey, I don't have access to the Journal of Cretaceous Research. Would you mind sending me the paper? And they very kindly said yes. And then just sent me, like, the preprint, basically. Because I guess they didn't have access to their own paper. Cretaceous Research seems to do this a lot. Anyway, I'm going to snag a copy of this when I'm in Berkeley tomorrow, and then we'll go over it on tomorrow's stream, I think. Anywho. But yeah. I didn't even write, it says linear, I agree. But that's how scientific publishing works sometimes. A wise scientist whom I know is fond of saying that some of these journals are, they're leeches on the back of science. And I can't disagree with that. Anywho, we'll be talking about this dinosaur tomorrow, I think, once I get hold of the actual paper with the figures in it. The preprint one that has text only, it doesn't have figures. It'd be nice to actually get the thing formatted and have figures that we can look at. So, that'll be good. Yeah. Anyway, let's finish out our paper for Coahuilasaurus. And then I'd like to make an announcement about something that's going on this week. I'm, fingers crossed, going to be doing a special stream on the other side of the country. I'll tell you about that in a bit. Anyway, it's amazing what you can discern from just a couple of different elements from a dinosaur when they're part of the skull like this. When it's the business end of the animal that you're looking at, you can learn a lot about that critter. So having the beak here is really cool, and those denticles are so interesting. I wouldn't even know what to call those. Denticles I always think of as being, like the serrations on teeth. So to have denticles on an edentulous beak like this, on the Premax, I didn't realize that was the correct terminology. That's cool. I like that. And look at those teeth there. So we've got a nice dental battery right here. And the maxilla. So the maxilla is this bone up here. Right up here. I like that we've got this tethys address here that I can use as visual aid. But that's the dentary right there with the teeth. And that's what we've got here. That lovely dental battery in there. All of these different teeth just form this kind of continuous pavement like that. Yeah, and the denticles are under the keratin. That's really interesting too, Jim. Yeah. Neat to think about. And there's some of those teeth, almost diamond-shaped in cross-section, or from the side, I mean. Very cool. And so when we say dental battery, what we mean is like just these teeth really closely packed so they form this continuous cutting, grinding surface like that. And here's some comparisons with various hadrosaur skulls. The stuff in gray is the stuff that is guesswork, as I understand it. So if it's in white, that's the part that we actually have. So for Coahuilasaurus, we've got a denary, we've got a premax, part of the maxilla there. And it does look very Griposaurus-like in a lot of ways to me. It's interesting. But yeah. I wonder if Griposaurus as a genus is going to get broken apart. Just because we've got so many interesting different morphologies here. I wonder if they're going to turn out to be not actually each other's closest relatives, in which case the genus should get split. But, yeah. And the Sabinus hadrosaur. So Jim was talking about this on the phone. That is, this guy right here. So Kirkland et al., that's Jim in the chat, and his team identified the Cerro de Pueblo Critasaurin, IGM 6685, as belonging to the same taxon as PASAC1, a large hadrosaurid skeleton from Sabinus. This referral was later rejected. So they're saying it's not really the same critter. First, the two hadrosaurs come from different basins and different formations. The Presa San Antonio specimen, IGM 6685, comes from the Cerro de Pueblo formation in the Parras Basin. The Sabinus skeleton, Pasac 1, comes from the Olmos formation in the Sabinus Basin, about 300 kilometers away. Not close. The formations are similar in age, but radiometric dating of the beds has not been undertaken, so the precise age of either formation remains unclear. Although there is good biostratigraphic data, so like looking at different fossils in there to be able to determine the age, but we've got good information from that for the Cerro de Pueblo formation. The particular age of the Olmos formation is not well constrained. Given the distance between the two localities, and more importantly the lack of precise ages for either bed, it remains unclear whether the two animals overlapped in time. Even assuming they did, hadrosaurs were diverse, and it cannot be assumed that two saurophines from the same horizon represent the same species. Sure, but you also can't assume that they're different critters either. Yeah, I don't know. Second, and more importantly, here we go. The overlapping bones of the two animals do not match. Now we're getting somewhere. The denary of the Sabinus hadrosaur is a long, slender, and weakly down-toward symphysis in lateral views, similar to Edmontosaurus and Saurolophus. IGM 6685 has a short, deep, strongly down-turned symphysis, as in Griposaurus and Cretasaurus. Okay. The phylogenetic position of the Sabinosaur remains unclear. Under implied weighting, the Sabinus hadrosaur is nested within Saurolophony, contrary to the recent analyses that recovered it within Edmontosaurinae, but consistent with results of other studies. However, in the equal weights analysis, the phylogenetic position is unresolved with respect to Saurolophony and Edmontosaurinae. Further study is needed. Interesting. Jim, if you're still here in the chat, do you know if there are plans to actually publish on that critter and name it as a new taxon? Yeah. I sent you a pic of the Sabinus missing the front skull as reconstructed. Let me find that here, Jim. Thank you. Maybe it was via email. There we go. Yeah. Oh, there's so many pictures here, Jim. This is great. Holy cow. There we go. So there is the Sabinosaurus skull as preserved. We've got our lower jaw down here. We're missing the front of the snout. But is that the orbit right there? Huh. But really lovely. Oh, this is great. Nice. Nice. And Axeman says, has ontogeny been ruled out to explain the difference in downturn? I don't know. I would love to see more people work on ontogenetic series that we have in hadrosaurs. For those of you who are wondering what we're talking about, ontogeny. These are the changes that creatures undergo as they grow and develop. And sometimes those changes are dramatic.
Ontogeny.
Like in Triceratops series, start off with these little horns, they get long, they curve backward, and then they curve forward through the animal's lifespan. And then they
Ontogeny.
And get broader like that. The frill is also changing shape. All those epis around the perimeter of the frill are fusing on during ontogeny. Anyway, dinosaurs can change a lot through ontogeny like this. So if you find two different dinosaur specimens that look mostly similar, like, oh, maybe they're members of the same family, well, shoot, you got to make sure they're not members of the same species, just at different growth stages, because these animals do change a lot. The question is, which characters change through ontogeny and which ones are actually diagnostic of different taxa? Which means which features are good for showing that things are different species, and which ones are just highly variable during ontogeny. I would love to see more publications looking at growth series of different hadrosaurs and just documenting which parts change, which parts are ontogenetically variable, and which parts might actually be diagnostic for species differences. There's been some of that, but not nearly enough, in my view. So I'd like to see some more of that, you know? I don't know if the downturned, jaw like that is ontogenetically variable. I don't know. Yeah. Jaws are from Spinosaurus? Thanks, Jim. Okay. Skull comparison I sent you. Let me take a look at that. Let's see here.
Ontogeny.
Okay, I can look through these here. Sabinosaurio. This is great. Look at Corey map here. Lovely. Look at those dentaries. Oh man, beautiful. Really nice. So lower jaw there with those teeth. Big old femur there. Some of the, are those cervical vertebrae? Some of those are enormous. Holy cow. Jeez. Yeah. An original pic I sent. Oh, gotcha. Via text. Let me find that here. Yeah, cast holotype muzzle of Coahuilasaurus with the cast jaws of future holotype of Sabinosaurus. I kind of think same taxon. Interesting. Huh. So you think these might be the same critter, Jim? Coahuilasaurus and Sabinosaurus? Trying to figure out what you mean, and I'm not sure I'm quite grasping it. But this is cool. It's neat that we get to talk about some of this stuff before it's published, too. You know? That was the original thought in 2006. Gotcha. So now we've got enough material from these animals that they're starting to look more and more different. That makes sense. Very cool. So, if I'm understanding this correctly, Jim, the dentary there might be part of a new dinosaur which will be named Sabinosaurus? Do I have that right? If so, very, very cool. Yeah, shoot. And,
instead of settling for knowing what dinosaurs looked like,
Cephaline,
we now need to know how they lived.
Thank you for the 31 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. It's good to have you here. Saurolophine. Yeah, yeah. And you did send me a PDF. Let me find that here too. Yeah, there we go. So I guess this is the 2006 paper here. Very cool. These pictures are fantastic. Oh, man. And thank you, Lilith Obo, for the 300 bits. I appreciate that, Lilith Obo. Thank you for the 300 bits. Thank you for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch and getting that hype train kicked off, too. Beautiful. And thank you, Salamander, for the 200 bits. I appreciate that. Jim says, did not feel comfortable naming it, which, again, salute to you there. There's always this pressure to name new dinosaurs. Everybody wants to name a new dinosaur, and I can understand the appeal. But sometimes you just have to say no. And, you know... sometimes you have to say, well, there's not really enough material, and we should probably abstain from that for now. I think that's mark of quality work, oftentimes. So, good on you, Jim. Seriously. I don't know. Yeah. Now we're in a better position to do it, which is awesome. Yeah, and it'll be a better paper for it. That's exciting. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. It's neat how this kind of lays the groundwork for, yeah. For the paper that we were talking about today, this new paper just published yesterday. Kind of laying the groundwork for that here. Back in 2006. The mounted skeleton of the Sabinus hadrosaur as exhibited in Sabinus, Mexico, with Juan Pablo Garcia for scale. Anterior portions of the skull based on large hadrosaurian skull from the Presa de San Antonio, and forelimbs based on large forelimb fossils from Baja California. Nice. Anyway, very cool. I think this is a lovely example of how in paleontology we're always building on the work of those researchers who came before us. All of science is like that, really. We're all still standing on the shoulders of giants. It's neat when some of those giants come and join you on future papers, though, like Jim did with the new Coahuilasaurus paper. That's somebody who helps lay the groundwork for this is now helping elucidate new findings as well. It's cool to have that, you know, that kind of overlap there. Yeah, just cool stuff. DM Wing says, name them all and let the ICZN sort it out. That is the attitude that some researchers have. But, anywho, yeah. Very cool. Very cool. Well, we're swiftly approaching the 4-hour mark here, and I've got some stuff I got to take care of tonight. I've got emails to send, I've got papers to read, and I've got a trip to prepare for. So let me tell you about that right now. Tomorrow, I'm leaving on a flight to Florida. I will be streaming tomorrow afternoon. Might cut the stream a little bit short because I've got to go catch a plane. And then, likely the next morning, I'm going to be streaming from near Orlando. This is not a museums visit. This is not a, you know, collections visit or anything like that.
Filled with razor-sharp teeth,
and Trek Nerd, thank you for the 44 months.
Was a terrifying sight.
I appreciate those 44 months of support. Thank you, Trek Nerd. Appreciate you. Some of you might already be aware. Risa Degu, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. There is a place in Disney World called Dinoland USA. This is themed as, well, it's like a dinosaur-themed part of the park. And they've got a lot of actual dinosaur specimens on display. Here's a cast of Sue, the T-Rex, on display. They're probably cast in bronze, I presume, because it's out there in the Florida weather 24/7, 365. Dinoland is closing this year, this fall. Imminently, apparently. They're going to close it down, tear everything up. This was kind of a special place to me as a kid. I got to go to Disney World with my family, and I think you'll see, as hopefully I do a stream from there, why it was, why I think it's a special place. A big part of what we do here on Paleontologizing is talking not just about fossil science, but talking about how it works its way into popular culture. Dinosaurs in film and in video games and in the popular imagination. So much of the funding that we get for dinosaur paleontology is a result of the general public being interested in dinosaurs because they're fascinating creatures. Popular culture and dinosaur paleontology are intertwined in a lot of interesting ways. And Dinoland at Disney World is kind of an interesting exploration of that idea. Dinosaur science and dinosaurs in popular culture, how do they meld together? How do they influence one another? It's kind of a celebration of dinosaurs in research and in popular kitsch. So we'll be talking about that. And I'll be, if I'm able to live stream, be walking you through it. And it'll be cool to see Dinoland one last time before it closes. Yeah, I'd like to show you why I think it's such a special place. Anywho. I also need to write an email to the Disney folks and ask what's going to happen to these specimens. This is one of the few casts of Sue that exist anywhere in the world. They've got a cast of Anchiceratops, Carnotaurus skeleton, Acrocanthosaurus skull, a bunch of other dinosaur elements kind of scattered around in various places. What's going to happen to those? You know, I know a lot of museums that would be beyond thrilled to have some of these things on display or in their collections. So yeah, we'll see if I can actually talk to somebody about that. Anywho, yeah. And Jim says, Gastonia shown has exposed an outcrop. They cast a real Mesozoic cliff with me in the 90s. Yeah. So that's the thing, in their boneyard fossil fun site. I love this. This is the coolest playground ever built. They've got a bunch of actual casts of real dinosaur specimens that kids can climb on and play on and stuff. But some of these are like, you know, cast from real fossils, sometimes still in the outcrop before they were excavated. It's pretty darn cool. I don't know if I'll get a chance to actually go in here because it is a kid's playground, and having a bearded man walk around with a camera, you know, by himself might be a little weird. But we'll see. We'll see. But here, I don't know, somebody was taking video here. I never got to see my dinos there, says Jim. Well, maybe you'll get to see on Wednesday if I'm able to live stream from here. Yeah. But you gotta love it. Triceratops right there, Parasaurolophus. Very cool. Very, very cool. Anyway, all of Dinoland is a celebration of dinosaurs, and I'm excited to make one last pilgrimage there before they close it. I was able to get a really cheap flight. I'll be there for one day. I fly home. So, yeah, tomorrow's going to be very busy for me. Gonna get up, go to the gym, then I'm going to go to Berkeley, going to work on some science there, going to do like some collection stuff, go to a seminar, then I'm going to come back and stream, and then I'm going to hop on a train, go to the airport, hop on a flight. I'll arrive in Florida on Wednesday morning, and then hit the park and stream. It's going to be a real marathon of a day. Hopefully I can get some sleep on the plane. But we'll see. Wish me luck. And cross your fingers that the wireless modems and everything work for the live stream. But it's going to be neat. Anyway, I'm pretty excited about that. You can do it. Thank you, Ungoy. Anywho, that being said, I gotta get ready for some of this stuff. So let's go ahead and start wrapping up this stream, shall we? Let's find somebody to raid here as our credits come up. Let's see. It looks like Casey Snowart is on right now. Let's go see what's up with her. Oh, is she drawing a vaquita? That's very cool. Huh. Anyway, thank you everybody whose names are appearing here in our credits. And don't go away yet. We're gonna go right into Casey Snowart. She's doing some really cool animal art. It's gonna be super neat. You're not gonna want to miss that. But thank you everybody being named in the credits. New followers, raiders, subscribers, gifters, cheerers, thank you all for helping make these streams possible with your financial support, making it possible for me to do stuff like catch a super cheap red-eye flight to Florida to make one last pilgrimage to Dinoland. Excited about that. Thank you moderators for helping keep this a safe and welcoming community for everybody. Thank you lurkers and viewers and everybody else. Appreciate you more than you know. That being said, I've got a bunch of stuff to do. So I'll catch you tomorrow for a probably short-ish stream. You all take care of yourselves.